Okay. Good evening. You are at the Academy 20 about to be board meeting that will be called to order in just a moment. And we welcome you. This meeting is now called to order. Roll call, please.
Mrs. Cloninger.
Here.
Mr. LaValle.
Here.
Mr. Lundberg.
Here.
Mrs. Reynolds.
Here.
Mr. Temby.
Here.
Thank you, board. Going to move on to agenda item 3A, in case you're following along. And we are moving to the Pledge of Allegiance, which I am going to turn over to Colonel Sullivan this evening, who is our new Air Force Academy liaison. He will lead us, and we'll talk more about him later. The flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, proud, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. On to agenda item 4. Ms. Matson, are there any updates to the agenda?
There were, and the board was notified of these.
Thank you, Ms. Matson. Members of the board, are there any items you wish to move from the consent agenda? Seeing none, are there any items to be added to the agenda? Again, seeing none, may we have a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved. Second.
Roll call, please.
Mrs. Cloninger.
Aye.
Mr. LaValle.
Aye.
Mr. Lundberg.
Aye.
Mrs. Reynolds.
Aye.
Mr. Temby.
Aye.
Thank you. Agenda item 5A is our board quote, and that is Mr. Temby's this evening.
Oops, excuse me. My quote comes from Malcolm Gladwell. Many of you know his work. It's not how much money we make that ultimately makes us happy in between 9 and 5. It's whether or not our work fulfills us. Being a teacher is meaningful. And that's just a tribute to all of our educators who've gone through a real tough stretch over the past 18 months, and we appreciate everything you do. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Temby. I think we all agree with that for sure. Item 6, public comments. Mrs. Cortez, do we have anyone signed up to speak to the board this evening?
This evening, we have 37 individuals signed up to speak.
Thank you, Mrs. Cortez. At this time, we welcome any members of the public who would like to address the board to do so. The board welcomes the comments of our community members, but to ensure that everyone will have an opportunity to participate, we do have a few ground rules. In the interest of respecting the time of all who are present, the speakers must have signed up to address the board prior to 6:00 p.m. and they must limit their remarks to 3 minutes or less. We also ask speakers to address only the board when they make comments. Please do not address others in the room. All speakers will be notified of the remaining time via the mounted monitors behind the dais. When the time has ended, the microphone will turn off. If I need to remind you to end your comments, I will. Supplemental written materials can be given to the security guards who are seated in the hallway outside of the boardroom, and they will be delivered to the board secretary. We greatly value all comments from the public, but in order to adhere to board policy and accomplish the work already on the agenda, the board will not respond this evening. Mrs. Cortez.
Our first speaker this evening is Nathan Johnson.
Good evening, Mr. Johnson.
Good evening, Mrs. Reynolds. In case you all missed it, my name is Nathan Johnson, and on a side note, I am running for the school board. I taught in District 20 for 6 years and in Cherry Creek School for 2 years, and up until this year, I've been coaching for 13 years in excuse me, District 20, and first year I'm not coaching with hopes of being on the school board. I agree that masking, vaccines, and quarantines are very important items to discuss, and I do feel it should be a parent's choice for a student to wear a mask in school, should be a parent choice for the student to get a vaccine, and should be a parent's choice if they keep their student home beyond the point they no longer have symptoms. And under no circumstances should a student receive a vaccine without a parent's written permission. While those 3 items are extremely important, we still have to keep an eye on DEI, which is District 20 versions of CRT. It's diversity, equity, and inclusion. And it is pretty funny, I agree on that. While those 3, as a concerned parent and a prospective board member, I know that I do not want that type of material in our schools. My Black son does not need to feel that he's disadvantaged just because of the color of his skin he was born with. And he does not need to be taught that his mom is racist just because she has white skin. My son's genetics does not make him less intelligent and does not put him at a disadvantage, just as my wife's genetics does not make her a racist and does not make her superior. To paraphrase a very wise man, I believe that a person should be judged by the content of their heart and their character and work ethic and not by the color of their skin. Another of DEI's focus is on equitable outcomes. Equitable outcomes cannot be forced or created. When you try to force the equal outcome, that becomes socialism and Marxism. I know people hear those words and they just dismiss that immediately, but that's what forced equity is in outcomes. As long as schools provide students with equal opportunity and equal support, the resulting outcome falls on the students and their parents or guardians. So when someone talks about creating equitable outcomes, that is unrealistic, unfair, and unjust and should not be part of District 20. And there's an elementary school in our district that's kind of piloting that DEI program from my understanding. There's been a couple sessions going through where they've been learning about it, one last year, one this year, and kind of mixed reviews from some of the teachers I've talked about or talked with them about it. So school board, I ask you to please do whatever you can to keep CRT and DEI ideas out of our district. And thank you for allowing us to speak with you. It's greatly appreciated.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson.
Our next speaker is Jody Fletcher.
Good evening, Ms. Fletcher.
Good evening. Sorry, I'm a germaphobe, not gonna lie. I'd like to start with a quote, and I appreciate yours this evening, Mr. Temby. Thank you. As a career educator, it means a lot. I'm asking for all members of the ASD 20 community to do our part to help ensure that students can be in school. Please help your students avoid meeting with large groups of friends, maintain appropriate social distancing, and wear a facial covering in accordance with the state mandate. Together, as a community, is the only way we will work. This will work. Let us rise to this challenge together. And that came from the Return to Learn email from Mr. Gregory last year. You are correct, sir, 100%. While there are currently no mask mandates, and we all know no mask or vaccine is 100% guaranteed, we are part of a community. And masking is the only way to keep our kids and our staff members safe and avoid more quarantines and isolation. The D20 dashboard, to be quite honest, is a farce, and it's grossly underrepresenting the reported numbers. We are getting numerous emails from our schools indicating much higher numbers. All of this is resistance All of this resistance is an equity issue. Lower income special ed, children from single and dual working parents, military and deployed families, and minority students need to be in school to receive appropriate instruction. It is an absolute and complete violation of FAPE, their free and appropriate education, to send them home with zero teacher interaction to only work on Schoology, since no live instruction is being offered. D20 sadly leads El Paso County and has for many years in youth suicide. This statistic was horrific pre-COVID, and I fear it's going to continue to get worse due to all of the isolation and quarantine. I am a school administrator in another district, and I am seeing the struggles my kids are having coming back and trying to interact as humans. Based on Maslow's hierarchy of needs, our kids need to be in school with caring teachers and friends, interacting and learning. Not only are our kids falling behind academically, but their mental health is more fragile now than ever. Diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives, DEI, are more important now than ever. It is not CRT. CRT is a post-secondary concept. This new survey asking about belonging is not going to cut it and is infuriating and degrading to the DEI task force. Belonging by definition is a sense of fitting in or feeling like you're an important part of a group. This is a fluid term and can change at any time, especially with young people. Your DEI task force spent many hours doing this necessary work. It is not CRT. If we are truly going to be a community in ASD 20, we have to care more about each other than our personal beliefs. This means care over politics, equity over belonging, humanity and kindness over personal opinions. Do the right thing. Listen.
Thank you, Mrs. Fletcher.
Our next speaker is Joe Cruz.
Good evening, Mr. Cruz.
Hello. I don't come prepared with a speech. I come prepared really as a dad and as a company owner. Yeah. Is that better? Okay. As a business owner and as a concerned parent. We have 3 children. We have 2 that are in D20 schools. One is a senior and one is a third grader. One of the things that happened to us earlier this year was our daughter. She had complained of a headache and called in school, said, I can't come in. Took place over about 3 or 4 days. And they said, you need to stay home and quarantine. She said, why? I don't have COVID. They said, you need to take a test. So what they told us right afterward, when I told them that we did not believe in the PCR test, because I do believe that they are rigged, and some people can call that conspiracy theory. You get chuckles. You get people who are saying anyone who questions the narrative is called a conspiracy theorist. Well, there's something else called a truth seeker. And I think you could be called a conspiracy theorist if you want, and say it with pride, although I'm not. I'm a truth seeker. One of the things that I didn't like is the fact that we were told afterward, even though our daughter did not have COVID and did not have COVID symptoms anyway, had a headache, that our other son had to be quarantined, who was in a different school, different grade altogether in D20, and had to be quarantined for 14 days. And they said the same thing about us, our family. How far is this going to go? How far is this going to go with the constant fear that the media, our government is proposing on society? How long are our kids going to be wearing masks when it's completely violating their own personal liberties? I know a lot of people who are really concerned about getting a virus, but for some reason, we didn't have all this hype like we did or back during the time of the swine flu. No masks, nobody scared, nobody making and causing mass hysteria over a virus. Maybe because we didn't have the media constantly indoctrinating us and the government telling us that we have to get a vaccine as well on private employers of 100 or more employees. I mean, how far is this going to go? This is tyranny. This is not liberty. This is not the America that I grew up with. So I just want to say that overall, I've been pleased with D20. Our kids have been in school here for a long time, but at the same time, I will pull our kids.
Thank you, Mr. Cruz.
Our next,
Hold on a minute, Mrs. Cortez, please. It's really important that we honor people who are speaking. So if we can keep comments to ourselves while we're seated, that would be great. Thank you all. Go ahead, Mrs. Cortez.
thank you. Our next speaker is Desiree Cruz.
Good evening, Ms. Cruz.
Good evening, and thank you for taking the time out of your busy days. I really respect everybody here, especially, all of you here right now. This means a lot to me, knowing that you're willing to hear what we have to say and that you took time out of your busy schedule for us. It means a lot to me that all these parents are here because it shows they care about their kids, whether they believe the same thing as I do. That really isn't relevant right now. I think we're all here for the same reason. We want our kids to be happy and to be able to be educated in the best environment possible. I know that every single one of you, when you took your job at District 20, you had that feeling in your heart that there was a purpose for you here, just like our children have a purpose to go to school. They are there to learn, to be educated, and to feel free. However, this mask mandate, which to me is absolutely insane, this mask does not protect you. There are people in this room today who are not wearing a mask. There are people in restaurants that are not wearing masks. There are people everywhere that are not wearing masks. So why do our children have to wear masks in a classroom environment when all they want to do is learn? If the mask was really that safe, why did CDC post on their website that there are no 100% safe masks out there? We know as parents, we know as educators, we know as family members that these masks are not 100% safe. There are people that have been vaccinated and that have worn masks that are still getting COVID. Now they're saying, the latest news, that if you got vaccinated, you're not really considered safe until you've gotten the second vaccine, but you have to wait 2 weeks after the second vaccine to be safe. So truly, any of you guys that haven't had your second vaccine yet are not vaccinated. So your mask is like a chain link fence, a fence with holes in it. Your mask will carry the virus in the air and will actually go right into someone else's nostrils. As we sit here talking right now, whether you're wearing a mask or not, it's not safe. How does that make you feel? So now we're going to put our kids in a school environment with a mask all day long, when we as parents get to sit at home without a mask. How do you think our children feel? Who's going to be their voice? We, the parents. I don't care what you believe. If you don't want to wear a mask, don't wear it. If you do, wear it. Let us make the choice. Let the parents be the decision makers. If they want to wear a mask, let them. It doesn't bother me. Let them wear their mask. They can wear it all day long. If they want to sleep with a mask on, let them. My children do not want to wear a mask. How do I convince them to go to school every day when they can't even see their teacher's face? How do you think that makes a child feel? It's almost like they're a prisoner in their own school. They say that it doesn't affect mental health, but our suicide rate has doubled, and Pine Creek High School had 2 suicides.
Mrs. Cruz, please wrap up your comments. Thank you. Thank you, Mrs. Cruz.
Our next speaker is Jason Silva.
Good evening, Mr. Silva.
How you doing? Thanks for hearing me. So I want to start off. I have about 15 years experience within law enforcement and military, so I could read body language. Last week, there was a person who come up here to speak, and I was reading your body language. You were not happy. You were showing a lot of discomfort, or not happy with how she was talking to you and how she's berating you. This is what she was saying. Dress codes are rooted in toxic masculinity, white fragility, patriarchy, and misogyny. A dress code. That was her reasoning for wanting you guys to mandate masks on my kids. She continued, white fragility in this room, quote unquote, was also causing you not to mandate masks. Go a little further. Some of you are weaponizing your white tears and literally killing people. That's what they said to you. That's okay. Let me start out with DEI. DEI actually is critical race theory, and here's why. Started out in the 1900s during the Bolshevik Revolution. Once that was successful, that ushered in communism. That was based on socialism. That then went to the Frankfurt School. The Frankfurt School was established in 1929. We all know what happened after 1929. Okay, that's a social school. Critical theory came out of the Frankfurt School. Critical theory born critical race theory. Critical race theory has born things like white fragility, DEI, and many, many other things that is rooted 100% in Marxism. This board has laid the foundation for Marxism to be taught in our schools and to our kids. Period. End of discussion. It is Marxism. Marxism is a way to get in communism. We are literally taking the foundation of our country out from under our children, what we fight for, what I fought for, what everyone here has fought for, and replacing it with Marxism, the foundation of it. You were allowed that to happen. It is here. You were indoctrinating my children. Everyone's children who is here is being indoctrinated with Marxism. I will let my 30 seconds lapse, and let's think about it for a second. So I'm not done. You have laid the groundwork for Marxism. My name is Jason Silva, and I'm running for the board. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Silva.
Oh, sorry about that. Our next speaker is Susie Farrick.
Good evening, Ms. Farrick.
Hello. Catching my breath. To all members of the school board, thank you for your volunteerism and dedication to our schools. I'm a realtor in the community and the mother of 4, 3 of whom graduated from Liberty. Our youngest has been a D20 student since kindergarten, is now a freshman. On October 2008, our perfectly healthy daughter was diagnosed with ALL leukemia. Within hours, we learned she would endure a 2.5-year cancer treatment. She spent weeks in the hospital, received multiple blood transfusion, port surgery, spinal taps, feeding tube, chemo drips, and countless prescriptions. Her absolute neutrophil count, which are white blood cells that fight infection, would be at an all-time low for 2 weeks every month. In that 2.5 years, we never once quarantined or masked our boys or stopped their lives. Our boys still went to school, played sports, and hung out with friends. We had visitors at the hospital and home, and absolutely no one wore masks. Not once did the medical staff mask us for blood transfusions, port changes, chemo drips, doctor visits, blood draws, or anesthesia. From 13 months to 3.5, she was not allowed to receive a single childhood vaccine because it was too dangerous for her immune system. Guess what? She never caught measles, chickenpox, polio, or any other communicable disease that vaccines claim to protect us from. You can't tell me or my family that masks, vaccines, and quarantines work because we've lived it. This child that survived 2.5-year cancer treatment, maskless, vaccineless, and non-quarantined is now a healthy freshman in your school district, and she has been quarantined 2 out of 4 weeks and has not been sick. On Monday, August 30th, she and other students were dismissed from their classroom by staff, told to stand at the flagpole for parental pickup because they were identified as someone who was in close contact to a probable COVID case. Parents were notified by email only. We later received an email from Michael Sibley stating your child must follow quarantine instructions. She was to stay home for 10 days unless she proved that she was vaccinated. This is a 14-year-old. The only education she's received when quarantined is a daily folder with homework instructions, absolutely no teaching. I emailed Mr. Sibley, Mr. Tom Gregory, and Mr. Alan Thimmig to please provide me in writing who gave them the legal authority to not only dismiss my child from school, but also quarantine my healthy child for pretending her right to a free public education through our tax-paying dollars. Neither of these 3 men answered my question nor provided me a letter in writing. On September 13th, she was quarantined again. It's time to do what's right for the children. This is the United States of
Mrs. Farrick, you need to wrap your comments up. Thank you. Thank you, Mrs. Farrick. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Aaron Salt.
Good evening, Mr. Salt.
Oh, good evening, board. Thank you so much for the time to be able to come and discuss these things with you. I appreciate the time that you guys put into serving here and serving our community. I wanted to talk briefly about the execution of the quarantine policy that you guys are holding to right now. I'm not going to discuss the policy per se, the efficacy of it. What I want to do is say right now with the quarantine policy, when there is a positive case, the policy that you guys are following right now is to quarantine anybody who is in a close contact to that individual. What I would like to say is that I have had several parents in the community reach out to me because their kids are being unjustly quarantined from this. Because what's going on is that the school nurse is saying that it is too difficult and complicated and time consuming to go through and actually contact trace who was a close contact. And so they are quarantining entire classes instead of just the close contacts that are there. And so what the result is that we are keeping kids out of school out of convenience for the staff and for the nurses. And I get that they're busy, but El Paso County Public Health has said that they are willing to help with contact tracing. And so I would just ask that you use the resources that are available to actually perform contact tracing, follow the policies that you have so we can keep kids in school. As educators, we need to make sure that we are educating students. And I just want to make sure that each kid has that opportunity and that they're not subject to convenience quarantines, that they're actually meeting the definition of close contact. So Aaron Salt, thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Salt.
Our next speaker is Jenna Reichelt.
Good evening, Ms. Reichelt.
I would like to thank the board for letting me speak tonight. My name is Dr. Jenna Reichelt, and I'm a family physician and D20 parent. I take care of many D20 students, parents, and employees, and it is my job to keep everyone in our community safe and healthy. I am urging the board and Mr. Gregory to implement universal masking immediately. 1 month into the school year, our COVID case numbers are half of what they were for all of last year. It is unfortunate that this pandemic has been politicized by so many. This is a public health matter, not a political one. The AAP, CDC, CDPHE, and El Paso County Health are all recommending masks for everyone in K through 12 schools. Why is D20 not following these guidelines when 78% of Colorado schools have universal masking in place? No one is asking you to become a public health expert, but we are asking you to follow the recommendations laid out by those experts. You do not need to be forced by the health department to do the right thing. When you have diabetes, you trust your PCP to give you recommendations based on their years of schooling and experience. How is this any different? Some people think masks are contributing to the increase in mental health visits and are detrimental to the health of our children. This is completely false. However, there is danger in repeated and prolonged quarantines. While quarantined, a student will lose out on socialization and live instruction, which could result in an increase in symptoms of depression and anxiety. I care for multiple adolescents suffering from significant mood symptoms due to this pandemic, and it is heartbreaking. I think everyone can agree we want our children in school, we want them to achieve, and we want them to be healthy. Masks are one way to achieve this. Based on the current CDC recommendations for children under age 12, if a child tests positive for COVID and both that child and the exposed children are masked, then the exposed children do not need to quarantine. This is a surefire way to keep our children in school. A recent news article detailed the drop in standardized test scores during the previous school year. This will not improve if small sections of classes are quarantined at a time with little to no live teaching. Our students will be at a huge disadvantage compared to those who are in the classroom more. Furthermore, how are working parents supposed to teach their quarantined children and work simultaneously? How are our economically disadvantaged children supposed to thrive if they have no one at home to teach them because their parents cannot call off of work? How are children who have an IEP or require intervention supposed to thrive with intermittent quarantines? If this school district is truly committed to diversity and inclusion, then it is imperative to think about those students who are the least privileged and have the most to lose by being out of the classroom. I encourage you to show this community that you are committed to the success of all students. If we remain on the current path, I feel we will continue to lose excellent teachers and other staff, future funds to grow and improve our facilities, and finally our reputation as a leader in the state. I encourage the district leaders to look at the experts when it comes to COVID. The science and the recommendations are there, and we.
Thank you, Dr. Reichelt.
Our next speaker is Jennifer LaRue.
Of course, I get to follow that.
Good evening, Ms. LaRue.
Hi, thank you for your time. As a former debater, 3 minutes feels like forever to me. But as a former debater, I've also read a lot of communist and Marxist theory. I've also read a lot of Kant and Rousseau and studied the social contract quite a bit. And that's part of why I'm here tonight, because I do think it's important that our kids are in school. I volunteer as a peer coordinator and CASA, and we see our numbers jump and fall based on if kids are in school or not school because we don't have mandatory reporters looking out for kids. And we see how those kids fall through the cracks. But the other thing that I would like to talk to you about today is specifically an experience I had this week. Mr. LaValle and I happened to be at the same tour of a school, and unfortunately, he's busy and had to go. I'm an out-of-work jury consultant, so I was able to stay longer. But what we saw afterwards was we were able to meet with some of the teachers, and we were able to ask the teachers questions. And the question I posed to the teachers was, if there was one thing we could do other than pay you better, what would it be that we could do to help you right now? And in an interesting twist, because this is not what I saw coming, I wasn't entirely sure what to expect. But one of the teachers stepped forward and he said, ironically, I'm not wearing a mask as I said this, but the best thing you could do is we could have a mask mandate. because the lack of a mask mandate is adversely affecting our kids. And the other teachers seem to universally agree. I would not want to speak for them, but there were more than 5 or 6 head nods out of that group of 6 or 7 teachers. And his reasoning, which seemed to resonate with the entire group, was when we're not wearing masks, we have these quarantines. And what are we hearing the problems are tonight? I think we'd all say we want our kids in school. We want to see the kids healthy and doing as well in school as they can. We want to see our kids thriving. Some people feel differently about wearing a mask and that it may adversely affect their child. Volunteering last year in a school where I was one of a few volunteers across the district, I can tell you I didn't personally notice anything that was adversely affecting the children. As a matter of fact, they all seem to be real troopers about keeping their masks up, reminding each other, and doing great with it. And we saw the numbers worked. We saw that masks worked. As a school district that teaches science, it's critical that we follow the experts. We know that masks work, and we need to support our kids and teachers. And whether you agree with masks or not, whether you want a vaccine or not, the best way to keep our kids in school right now is to put masks on them. It reduces the quarantines. It means that that child that, you know, was in a classroom with somebody doesn't have to quarantine because they both had masks on. The best thing we could do for our kids right now is enact a mask mandate. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. LaRue.
Our next speaker is Jahara Matisik.
Good evening, Mr. Matisik.
Hi, I'm Jahar Matisik, pilot associate professor at the Air Force Academy. Just wanted to point out, 1 in 500 Americans have now died from COVID, and it will keep getting worse until everyone gets vaccinated, just like everyone in this room probably got their smallpox vaccine as a kid. Now, here's a comparison of reality. Almost 80% of eligible people in Denver are vaccinated, whereas just over 60% of people in El Paso County are vaccinated. And guess what? Despite Denver being much bigger than Colorado Springs, they're having under 200 COVID cases a day, whereas Colorado Springs is having almost 350 cases a day. So it's almost double. Denver Metro schools also have a mask mandate. And unsurprisingly, as many of us pro-science advocates have said since early August, COVID was going to get worse if we didn't have mask mandates. And now El Paso County literally leads the state in the most COVID school outbreaks. Now, I keep hearing many D20 school board members and unmasked people preach educating kids is always our #1 priority. Well, here's your natural consequence. Anti-maskers and science deniers push their agenda, and now less than 2 months in, we are failing to educate our students due to infections and quarantines. Let me also reemphasize again that many people continue to be propagating Chinese and Russian disinformation about COVID-19, leading to way too many American deaths when peer-reviewed articles keep showing that vaccines and masking is effective. Any evidence to the contrary comes from Chinese and Russian propaganda, pushing false narratives on unsuspecting Americans to believe that their freedoms are being taken away. Moving on to another important point is the people in D20 that engage in fascist attacks against those of us that believe in the importance of diversity, equality, and inclusion. As you know, the U.S. military promotes all of these important DEI values. In fact, I make it part of my pedagogical approach when I teach cadets because so much research shows that American military power and effectiveness is dependent upon diversity across the spectrum. There is tremendous value in promoting a safe and welcoming environment, and there should be zero tolerance in D20 for those that bully and harass someone just because they look or act different. Much of D20 seems to artificially care about diversity, equality, and inclusion, with some appearing to push right-wing propaganda talking points that only reinforce the toxic white male patriarchy. The ancient Roman Cicero, whose writings were most influential in the 18th century Enlightenment period, once said, "Salus populi suprema lex esto." The health of the people should be the supreme law. Since some school boards appear to have accepted that school children will keep getting sick and dying and being quarantined in Colorado Springs from a preventable disease like COVID, all I can say is this: please get vaccinated, stay masked and safe, and please make sure you continue promoting the importance of DEI in our educational practices. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Matisik.
Our next speaker is Eileen Davis.
Good evening, Ms. Davis.
Good evening. D20, once revered as the district that teachers aspire to teach at, is quickly becoming one to avoid. I am here today to read comments from a D20 teacher who didn't feel comfortable being identified. Excuse me. As a teacher in D20, I'm disappointed. I find it quite hypocritical that we want our students to feel heard and valued, and yet I can't get a simple response from Mr. Gregory. The school year has been much more challenging than last year, something we all thought impossible. Yet here we are, 4 weeks into the school year with no protocols in place. I'd like to first touch on the fact that universal masking does not harm the mental health of our youth, according to pediatric experts with Children's Hospital Colorado, and stated clearly on their website. This is especially true because D20 was one of the districts with the highest rates of teen suicide before the pandemic. Life during a pandemic has created new stressors for everyone, but we can't simply pretend that it's over and go back to normal. What are we doing about improving mental health this year? Are we just putting up a facade to parents that masks were the cause of the mental health decline all along? Kids are now being divided into who is and isn't wearing a mask. Isn't that what we want to avoid? Does that not create more harm? Furthermore, what about helping students not get sick and take home an unpredictable illness to their families? As teachers, we are continually having to analyze data, so I recommend that the district analyze our data. Our COVID numbers this year are already at just half of last year's, and we're only 1 month in. In addition to no universal masking, there's no cohorting, no lunch in the classroom, and no hand sanitizer in our buildings. I am pregnant and going into work feeling unsafe and dreading that not if, but when I get COVID, what will happen to my unborn baby? Not only that, but my mental health is declining, knowing that I have to work 2 jobs while pregnant because I have to teach in person and online. Parents seem to be getting blackmailed with mask your child and you don't have to quarantine. But no one seems to be talking about that. How about we actually listen to the overwhelming consensus of health experts and scientists, since we're here to educate our youth and not show bias of political parties. We all want to be in person and as back to normal as possible, but I think most of us can agree that it needs to be done safely. You want students to have the best education possible, but you don't take care of your teachers. If teachers are...
Thank you, Ms. Davis.
Our next speaker is Tiana McCormick.
Good evening, Ms. McCormick.
Hi, everyone. My name is Tiana McCormick, member of Progressive Parents of D20, and also a mom, scientist, and an educator. While we do have some differences in this room, we all come from one common ground, the desire for our kids to be healthy and in school. In our beautiful, free country, anyone can say or write pretty much anything, but truth, well, it isn't always strong enough to stop the spread of misinformation. Google will show you any confirmation bias you want, and social media gives you the platform to share it. And through this, the validity of science has been attacked. True research is a learned skill. It is nuanced and complex and takes years of education to do correctly, to sift fact from fiction. Most scientists go to school for 9 years or more. They dedicate their entire life to research, to finding something that will improve our lives. So I implore you to trust in science and separate it from public opinion. I fully acknowledge the mistrust of governmental bodies. We have been lied to by politicians, the media, by people who are supposed to have our best interests at heart. So when the World Health Organization changed its stance to recommend the public wear masks in social situations, many were skeptical. How can science just change its mind? Because scientific research is never ending. New things are learned, science evolves, and so should we. Last week, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services reported more than 2,300 children hospitalized, marking a single-day record. The American Academy of Pediatrics reported more than 750,000 new pediatric cases of COVID-19 in August. While we know that kids don't experience COVID like adults, we also fail to acknowledge that these kids live with adults who may be immunocompromised, who will likely end up in the ICU. So I ask you, how do regular quarantines actually help our kids? They don't keep them in school, in class, and learning. Quarantine places a burden on parents, on businesses, and our children's mental health. Quarantine, where my son went from a happy kid to a crying and miserable one. This is not what is best for our children. Being in school is what's best for them, and masks can only help. Do masks actually affect their mental health? Well, your kids will follow your lead. If you only complain about masks, so will they. But if you tell them that masks will keep people healthy while the science world figures out a way to protect the most vulnerable from COVID, they will wear them. Our hospitals are full. Our doctors are exhausted. Our nurses are looking for different careers. Our lab techs are grossly understaffed. Your kids will follow your lead. It is up to each of us to teach our children social responsibility over selfish desires. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you, Mrs. McCormick.
Our next speaker is Rob Rogers.
Good evening, Mr. Rogers.
Good evening, board members. My name is Rob Rogers. I'm a parent of 2 District 20 students. The Duke University-led ABC Science Collaborative issued a report on June 30th of this year regarding COVID-19 mitigation effectiveness in North Carolina schools. Those 100 reporting school districts and 14 charter schools represented 2,396 elementary, middle, and high schools and administrative buildings, and a total of 1,281,202 students. The collaborative's analysis of that massive amount of contextually relevant data, it showed that proper masking is the most effective mitigation strategy to prevent secondary infections in schools when COVID-19 is circulating and when vaccination is unavailable or there's insufficient uptake. Further, due to the estimated secondary attack rate of 1% provided by masking, and in order to promote in-person education, the state should consider eliminating quarantine for those appropriately masked or vaccinated. So universal masking not only prevents secondary infection in school populations, but it also keeps kids safely in school. That's probably something that parents on both sides of this debate, can agree with. But we've been constantly hearing from various administrators and board members that they are trusting parents to do the right thing, and that parents are in the best position to make health decisions for their children. And you know what? That's a very true statement. Parents are in the best position to make decisions for their children. But in a crowded school context, what this guidance effectively does is shift the responsibility of individual choices from the parents making those decisions to the parents that want a safe, healthy environment for all students. I personally will no longer, that's what I get for using, technology for the first time. I want to allow the selfish and misinformed to define a narrative which places unreasonable responsibility on those that expect a safe school environment for all students. This isn't about mandates, and I would really suggest that the board stop using that word. No one has a right to force anyone to do anything, but by the same token, no one has a right to hold someone else responsible for their own selfish decisions, which is what is effectively happening. Restricting entry to D20 facilities to only those that wear a mask or show proof of vaccination would create a safe, stable learning environment for both students and staff and wouldn't take a single choice away from anyone. Any parent would have the right to choose, but no other family member would have to suffer the consequences of that choice. If a parent decides it's not the best interest of their children to wear a mask at school, that's their choice. And fortunately, there are virtual and homeschool alternatives to support that choice. They do not, however, have the right to compromise the safe learning environment that benefits all of their students. The burden of that choice is theirs to bear, not mine and not any other parents. So, Mr. Gregory, I would strongly suggest that you immediately implement proper masking or proof of.
Thank you, Mr. Rogers.
Our next speaker is Rachel Wilkinson.
Good evening, Ms. Wilkinson.
Good evening, Board. I'm an integrated psychiatrist who's worked in the field for 16 years full-time. I have the equivalent of a doctorate in medicine in Europe and also in the United States. In medicine, there's a concept of balancing public health risk for the greater good to reduce variables of greatest harm when one cannot stop all risk of harm. Colorado is unique because of our high rates of mental illness and suicide. According to the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment in El Paso County, from 2019 to 2020, we had 29 deaths in children by suicide ages 10 to 19. From 2020 to 2021, there were 41 deaths in the same age group. This is a 30% increase in deaths by suicide through the first measurable year of COVID restrictions. On the website for the El Paso County Department of Health, it states that from March 2021 to the present, there were 3 deaths in children from COVID-19 in the same age group. They do not currently have a consistent standardized definition of deaths with COVID versus deaths from COVID. So I am not sure about the accuracy of that number. But if we assume it's true and add 1 or 2 more deaths for good measure for the year 2021 and do the math, it appears that our children are 9 to 10 times more likely to die from suicide than from COVID-19. We do know that COVID-19 is less lethal than the flu in children. I would encourage people interested in high-quality epidemiological information to consult Dr. Jay Bhattacharya, epidemiologist at Stanford, Dr. Martin Kulldorff, epidemiologist at Harvard, and Dr. Sunitra Gupta, epidemiologist and physician at Oxford. The emperor has no clothes, and no one wants to be the first to say the truth. Masking and quarantines are a no-win for our children. A study out of Germany entitled Experimental Assessment of Carbon Dioxide Content in Inhaled Air with or Without Face Mask in Healthy Children states that on a conservative note, a mask on a child will increase carbon dioxide content by 3 times what is considered healthy, so 3 times toxic burden by the German equivalent of OSHA. The worst case was in a 7-year-old boy whose mask carbon dioxide content was a full 10 times more than what is considered toxic. Some say this doesn't matter and that masks are harmless. But hypercapnia, also known as excess carbon dioxide, causes blood acidosis, which can lead to anxiety, depression, and cerebral dysfunction. There's also a study locally of the first 4 weeks.
Ms. Wilkinson, please wrap up your comments. Okay, Ms. Wilkinson, thank you for your comments this evening. Thank you, Ms. Wilkinson. Appreciate your comments.
Next is Larissa Loomis.
Good evening, Ms. Loomis.
Good evening. I'm speaking on behalf of Angelica Givler tonight, who is unable to be here. Okay, so good evening. Unfortunately, I am unable to be in attendance due to my children's schedules. However, I feel that my voice is essential. I am a 5th grade teacher in District 11. I have 2 young boys in District 20 that are not eligible for the vaccine yet. For them and all of the voiceless children in District 20, I ask you to use science to guide your decision and implement a mask mandate. As a teacher, I have been wearing a mask since the beginning of the school year before my district implemented the mandate. I am vaccinated, and I'm not worried about myself. I am worried about my children and the children of others that have been entrusted to me. I see 60 kids per day, and several of them have underlying health conditions. There are several that have family members with health conditions as well. If I were to carry a virus into my classroom where I care for other people's children and give them a virus that could cause severe long-term health issues or death because I could not do something as simple as wear a mask, I would never forgive myself. As educators, we are in the business of caring for others' children. While teacher is my job title, I am so much more. I make sure they wash their hands after the bathroom. Yes, 5th graders still need to be reminded as well. I clean up scrapes and give hugs when students have rough days. I check in on their mental health and encourage them to believe in themselves. I make sure that they are eating and watch for signs of abuse. I may be a teacher by trade, but I am so much more than that. We are in the business of caring for children. When we cannot take steps to protect them, we are failing. You, District 20, are failing. The saying, the squeaky wheel gets the grease, is all that is happening here. You're ignoring facts and science and responding to the minority because they are loud. Sadly, an educational enterprise that teaches students to think using reason and facts cannot do the same. This is a detriment to our children, and you should be ashamed of yourselves. Step up and help protect our children with a mask mandate. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Silva. I'm sorry, Ms. Loomis. Apologies.
Our next speaker is Bernadette Guthrie.
Good evening, Ms. Guthrie.
From an email dated 8/28/2020, Mr. Gregory stated, "If we want to keep our schools open, we must wear masks, distance as best as we possibly can, wash our hands regularly, and most importantly, continue to self-screen and report symptoms." In 2020, you repeatedly committed to following the data and listening to experts. In 2021, you've decided that your bachelor's degree in mathematics and master's degree in leadership makes you the expert. This is what Mr. Gregory's credentials are, yet he is solely responsible for making decisions regarding the health and safety of our children. Not only is he not qualified to make health-related decisions, his ability to lead is also now in question. I've been told by several teachers and administrators in the district that he stated he will absolutely not mandate masks without a governor mandate. Ignoring the recommendations of physicians, scientists, epidemiologists, health departments, and AAP for your own agenda is reprehensible. Governor Polis has repeatedly defended a local control approach, describing it as empowering superintendents to make the best decisions for their communities. On Friday, the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment strengthened the wording of its school guidance, calling on districts themselves to impose mask mandates. At a time where COVID cases in children have doubled, your schools are rolling back mitigation measures. Instead of masking, testing, and social distancing, it's mixed recesses, allowing adults back in for lunch, pep rallies, and movie nights. How is this the best decision for your community during a time where 1 month into the school year, we are nearing half of the total cumulative cases of the entire 2021 school year? There are nearly 400 positive COVID cases in ASD 20 now. There are more new COVID-19 cases in kids than adults in Colorado. State epidemiologist Dr. Hurley astutely notes that unvaccinated children are now at higher risk than any point in the pandemic and recommends wearing masks in schools and public indoor places. Nationally, pediatric cases have increased 240% since July, now representing over 15% of all US cases. D20 was once revered as the district in Colorado Springs that other districts modeled after, but under the leadership of Mr. Gregory and his board, this is no longer the case. Public health is not political. Our kids are not pawns in this game that you are playing. Your willful ignorance will result in sick kids, overburdened teachers and administrators, unnecessary quarantines, and a permanent stain on the 30 years of service you have within the district. Follow the data, listen to the experts, and implement the measures that will keep our kids learning and in school. Thank you. And especially thank you to the people that are actually looking at me.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Stacy Adair.
Good evening, Ms. Adair.
Good evening. My name is Stacy Adair, and I was just wondering how many people in here are a member of the Academy Education Association. Can you raise your hands? Just one? Okay. Well, I'm a teacher in D11. I was part of a social experiment this last week. Our district said on Tuesday, our leader in our district said that everyone had to wear masks because he said so. And yet, I have a friend in the health department who said, we don't understand why these districts are doing this because we're not pushing it. I also have know that the head of the health department, the director of the health department at the end of last year said she doesn't want kids in masks. So there's been a lot of misinformation here. I have firsthand information from people. You can verify it. It's a little bit more credible than 1 of every 500 Americans have died of the virus, that's for sure. People can just come up here and say whatever they think. I actually am a teacher who do research, but the social experiment that I was a part of this week was I didn't wear a mask on Monday and Tuesday because there was supposed to be an exemption. Monday was fine. Everybody said hello to me. By Tuesday, people I know and respect wouldn't even look me in the eye. So you know what? We're in a social experiment. I don't know who the puppet masters are, but we're all in a social experiment. And I decided not to comply because I've done the research. I know personally doctors who are writing exemptions for kids because they have side effects from wearing the mask. And I decided that I was going to stand up for those kids. I have a medical exemption and I'm an ESL teacher. So I don't have to wear a mask most of the time. But that's not the issue. The issue was somebody has to stand up against this tyranny. And yeah, good for Mr. Gregory for saying he wasn't going to go further than the state or county required because our county doesn't want kids masked. It's horrible to not be able to see little kids' faces. It's horrible. I know a Rampart science teacher who doesn't believe in any of this, and he said that his students stopped talking. When they're wearing the mask, you can't get kids to talk. They just want to be silent. There are a lot of psychological effects of this. I will say that 3 feet and 1/8.
Ms. Adair, your time is up. Thank you for your comments.
Our next speaker is Tamara Williams.
Good evening, Ms. Williams.
This is the 3rd time I've been up here, as you probably all know. I am completely against any mandates whatsoever. We are Americans. There should be no mask mandate. The quarantine policy is crazy when we send sick kids or healthy kids home. We should never send healthy kids home. If you're sick, stay home. D38 has implemented that policy. And I'm also against any vaccine mandates. Like it or not, there are adverse reactions to those vaccines, whether you want to read them or not. And our quarantine policy is coercing people into getting those vaccines. Anyone in this district, staff, student, or teacher that has an adverse reaction, you're at fault for doing that, for making them get that vaccine. There's not enough studies. There's not enough long-term studies for it. More importantly, what I don't understand with this mask mandate is everybody in this room is a hypocrite. If you haven't looked out into the world, no one else is mandating masks anymore, but we're going to do that to our kids? That makes no sense that we would do that to our kids. If you're sick, stay home. If you have symptoms, stay home. All these studies and all this talk about education, I'm sure everybody in this room has a degree. I have a bachelor's degree, I have a master's degree. None of it makes me smarter than anyone in this room. And it's not about what we're taught, it's about what we're taught to question. And if we're not questioning everything going on in this world right now and the craziness, what are we doing? Really? after 18 months, we've got a cloth mask of your choice is going to solve a virus's problems. What about all the money from the American Rescue Plan? Where is that going? Where's the ventilation? Where's the light therapy? How about some tents in the parking lot so we can get the kids outside? I'll pitch in for some propane heaters in the winter. We have options, and all we're doing is saying mask, quarantine, and vaccine and fighting about it. We are smarter than this. We are educated people, and we should have something else to talk about and come together about instead of fighting about it. I'm not wearing a mask. My son is at Air Academy. Thank you so much for coming. Please get those kids out of masks. I will not wear one in there. I want to go help with band dinners. I want to chaperone. I refuse to wear a mask in that building because I don't think it's helping to do anything. 18 months, we're still in the same place we were. No fewer cases. We have vaccines. People are wearing masks. So I think we could come up with a better plan together instead of poking fingers and blaming everybody. Well, you're causing the case because you're not wearing a mask. It's insane. And it is hurting our kids, whether it's physically with whatever they're breathing or mentally with wearing it. My 2 cents, please, no mandates. Please. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Williams.
Our next speaker is Sarah Silva.
Good evening, Ms. Silva.
Good evening. As you just mentioned, I'm Sarah Silva. Thank you for the opportunity to speak here today. The following statement is a combined effort of concerned parents and patrons of D20. It's the top 10 reasons for universal masking. It supports our local economy by minimizing outbreaks in the community and keeping businesses open, decreases the strain on our healthcare system and healthcare workers, reduces the number and frequency of quarantines to keep kids in school, minimizes bullying when all students and staff are masked, engages students in real problem solving and keeping their communities safer, improves mental health of students because of limited quarantines and increased interactions with peers and teachers. It closes the learning gap for students with IEPs and for students at risk who need to learn in person. It demonstrates the district's commitment to their mission to educate and inspire students to thrive by increasing in-person learning. It follows the recommendations of the CDC, the CDPHE, the El Paso County Department of Health, and the American Academy of Pediatrics. And lastly, it maintains the status of D20 as the leader in education and the community. On a personal note, I'd like to read an email that I sent to this board a month ago right after school started. I think you need to hear it in my voice. I'm writing today with a heavy heart and tears in my eyes. My kids started elementary school on Monday, and because I want to keep them safe, we have our kids wear masks to school. My 7-year-old daughter is the kindest, most compassionate, school-loving child, and this morning she was crying and told me she didn't want to go to school. We talked, and I found out she's being bullied by her classmates for wearing her mask. After talking through that with her, I spoke to my 9-year-old son and found out he too is having kids in his class that are teasing him for wearing a mask. I understand our country is built on freedom, but I don't understand why we were taking precautions last year to keep everyone safe and now we aren't. The Delta variant is more likely to infect children and more easily transmissible, and yet we've sent all of our young children to school as if everything was normal, with zero protection from COVID. I always felt that this school's focus was on educating children and keeping them safe from harm, and sadly, I no longer feel that way. Politics and avoiding pressure from vocal parents should be less important than doing what is best to keep students safe. If I had the ability to homeschool my children, I would, but my family doesn't have that luxury with 2 working parents, and I feel our kids need the socialization of being in school and the benefits of being a trained educator. I know you have urged parents to make individual decisions for their families, but that is subjecting students to bullying that they should not have to endure. Most other school districts in Colorado Springs have already mandated masks. Please follow their leadership and mandate masks at a minimum for elementary schools, as these are the most vulnerable students since the vaccine isn't yet an option for their age group. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Silva.
Our next speaker is Ed Barnett.
Good evening, Mr. Barnett. Getting your steps.
Hi there, Ed Barnett. Just gonna read my email. Last time I was here, July 22nd. Apply some of the stuff going back and forth. Sorry, I got sheetrock dust on my shirt. I work for a living. You all work for a living in different roles. It's all valid, right? So I've already been canceled tonight because I'm not a scientist, but I'm going to say my piece as a parent. So Karen, and I don't know who Karen is, but appreciate the reply. But we'll get into this. So thank you for the follow-up from a while back regarding my statement against mask mandates. It seems we were back where I feared we would be, playing pat a cake with the devil at the expense of our kids. I would like to expand my comments here to masks and quarantines. And again, I gather a nice consensus on what we want for the kids. The more I hear about how to keep kids in school, I'm thinking maybe I don't want mine in school. But anyway, I want them educated. They're getting one. So I can imagine the position leadership is in with federal funding and associated compulsory compliance and the media machine shaming, vilification if you don't want to mandate masks. This is twisted. I want to encourage all of you to be the leaders, have the backbone. This is why you're in your position, not to cave or be cowards. And I'm not calling any of you cowards. I simply want to draw attention to the gravity of the issue. I'm trying to picture myself in your shoes and can imagine how the pressure must be. So I write to hopefully encourage you. Although I was not encouraged myself by the lack of substance in the email reply, again, nothing personal, we are not victims here, and we must not be complicit with evil. Masking kids and sending them home is bad. I chose the word bad. I'll just call it evil. We're messing with kids. What's wrong? What did I do? I'm not sick. I'm at home. Can't be with my friends. Has there been any benefit to this? The suicide has been mentioned tonight. I think that's a valid area of concern. Obviously, gathering different thoughts on what could be the cause of that, I would argue, my 2 bits, all the hype and hysteria about, with masks and the social, psychological effects of those, I think is very damaging. I would argue that's more of a reason, but maybe we could see some numbers focus on that a little bit. I don't think there's a lot of kids been harmed by COVID. In reality, these so-called quarantines and masking has more to do with tyranny than stopping the spread. Ask yourself, do parents opposed to masks want sickness to spread and bad things to happen to our children? I can't believe I'm having to say this. Of course not. So we need to keep the small, basic thing in front of our minds with all nonsense and virtue signaling that is going on. If all of us believed that wearing a mask were good for the kids in any way, we'd all be doing it. But don't believe it is. What I'd like to clarify.
Mr. Barnett, your time is up. Thank you so much.
Our next speaker is Nicole Coons, or Cons, I'm sorry.
Good evening, Ms. Collins.
You are either for life or you are not. Are you for harnessing our God-given freedom to fully live each and every day, or are you bowing to the bleak and inhumane existence global leaders are trying to force upon us? Viruses will always be around, and death does come to everyone, but our lives and our purpose and our children will not always remain on this earth. What educational opportunities are you squandering today? Have you put more attention on COVID-19 than on academics during this last year and a half? Have you spent more energy avoiding the unavoidable than you have on seeking the goals for our district? Nothing will change if each and every one of us doesn't stand together now and forevermore. And everything can change when you take a stand. There are so many of us who are for life, and we need every single one of you to stand strong and loud. Your children and grandchildren can no longer suffer while you don't fully fight for them now and forevermore. With your every breath, with your every thought, your every spoken and written word to every single person, please fight for life. Do not settle for just going along with the status quo and blindly obeying government leaders that we've always known to be corrupt and subpar anyway. Mandates are not laws. They are unjust, immoral, and illegal utterances to which we must not succumb. When 35 to 40% of us have had COVID already, gaining much more robust immunity than the vaccines offer, when mask mandates were in place last year and we still had many quarantines, we should not even be discussing quarantines in terms of masking and vaccination status. We shouldn't say quarantine at all. We need to follow normal procedures and say stay home when sick. The time is now for you to speak the truth. It takes you and me and every one of us who is for life to make the changes now. Do not be afraid, even if the world seems to be against you. And do not be afraid of COVID-19. It is one of many coronaviruses we've always had in our midst, and it is one of many standard risks on this earth. We have never been promised a life of ease and without danger. That is life on earth. Do not be afraid to die of something that 99% of people won't die from when you have this one life to live, this one opportunity to make each day count for our kids. I demand for my children and yours that every day dawns with hope, without the sad isolation of quarantines, without the suffocation of masks, and without the failing academics in our schools. The time is now to refocus on our mission and let children thrive.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Shannon Barnett.
Good evening, Ms. Barnett.
I wasn't planning on talking, but my husband signed me up, so here I am. And I can just share some of my thoughts as a mom with 6 kids in District 20. And it's been crazy to see what has been coming down the line. And it feels like just this huge snowball full of chaos, uncertainty, questions, and fear. And that's not what I'm going to keep my kids in. They're not going to be caught up in that snowball of that kind of fear. So as I look at it and I see, and there's obviously, it's crazy that there's 2 sides. You can see that there's 2 sides to this right now. And some of the people coming here talking previously talked about some of the top epidemiologists, scientists, et cetera, that have shared information that masking and quarantining is what the protocol needs to happen. There are also top epidemiologists and scientists that share otherwise, but that information is hard to come by because it's gone in a few hours or a day. So there's always information out there, and I'm going to teach my kids to be critical thinkers and to look at information and evaluate where the truth is. And that truth is in that kids are not at high risk for this at all. And general population is even 99.9% survival rate if you get COVID. And so I'm not going to let them live in fear and with all these alter reality where you're wearing masks, you have no personal interaction, and it's not good for them. And it's not good for them. And as I see that coming into this district and into schools where my kids are, I would like them to be able to stay there. That's where I would prefer that they are. But I'm willing, if that snowball just keeps going and that's the way it's going to be in the school, then my kids aren't going to be there. They're going to be with me looking at things logically, critically, and understanding truth in all of it all and living by that truth and not by fear and lies. And so I think there are a lot of us, and you guys are to represent. That's how this whole United States was set up. People in power representing the people they're representing. And I think there are a lot of us that feel that our kids should be free because they're not at risk to this, should be free to breathe all day long, the right ratio of oxygen and carbon dioxide, and having that personal interaction that's so important for them at a young age to grow up in normalcy. And there are a lot of us, and speaking of leaders, you know, just some of the things that make me question and think what's going on. And it feels funny to say this at a board meeting, but like the Met Gala that just happened, our, elites up there, they had no masks, but the help right there at the event had to wear masks. Why? If they're the ones, talking about this is what's the best.
Thank you, Ms. Barnett, for your comments.
Our next speaker is Lindsay Sandoval.
Good evening, Ms. Sandoval.
Hello, I'm a mom of a first grader and third grader, and I'm here to provide some recommendations primarily on how we use the ESSER funds. So to make sure everyone's on the same page, District 20 was given ESSER 2 funds, which is $3.8 million, and ESSER 3 funds, $8.6 million. And these are to be used to mitigate COVID spread. So my recommendation would be to do pooled surveillance testing. Pooled surveillance testing is testing our kids once a week for COVID, and I am in no way suggesting those uncomfortable tests which go all the way through to the back of the throat and into the kid's nose. They can do this on saliva. It can also be just through a Q-tip in the anterior part of the nose. And this can be done in a painless way, similar to a kid picking their nose. I think we all have heard and know that infection does produce symptoms eventually, but often kids have a virus inside of them and they are spreading it to their table mates and their classmates even before the symptoms start to appear. So they might be there for 2 days before they've even produced symptoms. And so just saying stay home if you're sick isn't enough. If we do weekly surveillance testing, we can find kids who are infecting others and spreading infection when they don't even realize it. I do also agree that we need to reconsider our mask mandate. It does not make sense to me why we're saying that only when infection rises over a high enough level that we would then put masks on kids. That doesn't make sense from a epidemiologic standpoint. If we're saying that they do work and we'll apply them only once the infection is so high, why not do more to prevent? And I feel like we need to do more to prevent the kids from getting sick, prevent them from getting out of school and on quarantine. And we should be thinking of ways to prevent them from being out of school. And right now, I do think masks are a way that can prevent the spread of infection. And I'm not alone in that, as many have said before me. And if you are questioning whether COVID is even worth trying to stop, in the last 4 weeks, so we've seen 200,000 kids each week in the United States get diagnosed with COVID. And of those, 2.2% are hospitalized and 1 in 10,000 have died. So I'll do the math for you. That's 20 kids a week that are dying from COVID. I think we need to do more to prevent the spread and prevent our kids from being out of school and at home on quarantine. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Sandoval.
Next is Beth Birchfield.
Good evening, Ms. Birchfield.
I'm just going to take my mask off just to speak so you can hear me. I'm a mother of 2 high school seniors in D20, and I'm here for 2 reasons. First, I'm asking for you to consider having teachers record their classes for students that are on isolation or quarantine. I am asking that the teachers would voice record the classes, especially at the high school levels. I have 2 students in AP and honors classes. They do not feel that teacher notes and assignments in Schoology are enough for them to remain or get caught up if they were to have an extended absence. Until 10 to 14 days of isolations and quarantines stop, it doesn't make sense to not use the resources for hybrid learning that were available last year. We all know it is possible now, and it would be helpful also for the students to meet with teachers on Teams if on quarantine, if they don't understand an assignment or a concept. Second reason I am here is regarding universal masking. I have been a registered nurse for 30 years, working in ICU, ER, family practice, and as a substitute school nurse. Listening to everyone speak tonight, it is obvious, and we all realize that we have to find a new normal, and we have made progress in this pandemic. We were locked down last year. Now we are getting to a point where we're going back to school, and we want the kids to go back to school. We have to, but until we figure out what the new normal is, why not wear masks to keep kids in school? According to your website, it says we will continue to follow the COVID-19 requirements and guidance published by the El Paso County Public Health. This means we encourage students and staff to wear face coverings and also ask our parents, guardians to screen your students for illness before sending them to school. I have seen quotes from the board members that say your decisions have nothing to do with efficacy of masks. Stating that ASD 20 encourages students and staff to wear face coverings is not the same as universal masking. And for the sake of time, if you go on the Colorado Department of Public Health, CDC, and the El Paso County Public Health websites, they all encourage universal masking. So universal masking means that everyone wears a mask. Not that it's a request, it's that everyone wears a mask. I have worn masks all day in isolation rooms for hundreds of days in my career with patients with tuberculosis, with meningitis, with COVID, among other things. It's really strange that myself and colleagues have not died from hypercapnia as alluded to by previous speakers. Last I checked, the CDC has been the premier authority in infectious disease for decades and relied upon heavily in epidemics and pandemics, despite some groups wanting to discredit them.
Ms. Birchfield, your time is up. Thank you so much.
Our next speaker is Pam Hecker. Oh, I'm sorry, Pam Hecker.
Good morning, Ms. Heiler. That would be good evening, Ms. Heiler.
Hi again. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I have changed what I was going to say many times. I did this one other time, but it just where I fell in the queue tonight. I have to say that in my lifetime, I have never seen my community so divided, so attacking, so blaming, so victimizing, so everything is a problem. Race, mass, shots. I mean, and it just makes me think, I think we should all be asking questions. Why is this happening? Who wants this to happen? Who wants our country to be divided? Who wants our communities divided? Who wants our schools divided? I don't have all the answers. I just think we should be asking that this is a much bigger thing than a District 20 issue. And also to the board and Mr. Gregory, I appreciate you listening every time. I appreciate your comments. I appreciate you not masking our kids. And I just a couple things, and please bear with me because I've changed it so many times. I have noticed that there's a lot of arguments for a mask, and I do appreciate if someone wants to wear a mask, that's fine, but if I don't want to wear a mask, that should also be fine. But the argument for masks for others assumes that they work. And I know that there are a ton of studies. I have access to like 20 to 40 studies that talk about the harm of masks, the cost of masks, and also if we work in the medical community and choose to wear a mask, that's different than our children wearing masks in school. Also, I have to say that I am concerned, a person who I used to struggle with fear quite a bit, and God did a huge work in my life. And I do not want to see us making decisions based on fear or teaching our kids to live in fear. And when we wear masks all the time when our kids, it makes us feel afraid. When I see kids in masks, it makes my heart hurt. I don't know how else to explain it. But, and again, if someone wants to wear a mask, that is fine. I don't want to tell, I just want us to be able to make our own choice. I also think that there are a lot of, there's been a lot of censorship of doctors. There's been a lot of not being allowed to ask questions, and I think that's concerning. I can tell you from having done vaccine research for many years, having two vaccine injured kids, that, and I know I've said this before, but if you have immunity, you don't ever get the vaccine. And that this is finally starting to be discussed. There was an article this week that talked about a study from Israel that those with natural immunity were much safer than those even who got the shot. This study talks about those with the shot were 6 to 13 times higher at risk of the Delta variant than those with natural immunity. Fauci was asked about this, why is no...
Thank you for your comments, Ms. Heiler.
Our next speaker is Laura Furia.
Good evening, Ms. Pura.
Good evening. So I'm here to talk not about COVID, but about safety and accountability. You all want your students to be in the school to learn, and I agree. And on November 6, 2018, my daughter never made it into the high school that day because she was run over in the parking lot. I've been talking to the district since February about taking accountability for what they can do to make the parking lots safer. And all along I wanted them to do a traffic study. And finally, after lots of pushing, that is going to happen. But in the meantime, one of the things that I did was request for all the documentation regarding incidents in the parking lot for the last 10 years as a way to prove that a lot of accidents and dangerous things had been happening. And the district gave me some information, but not everything. And legally speaking, they have no reason for withholding that information. So what I have done is prepared a petition for release of information on past incidents. And if anyone feels like the district should be held accountable and release this information that is the public's right to have, then I encourage you to find me. I'll be carrying a black clipboard with my petition. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Furia.
Our next speaker is Laura Matisek.
Good evening, Ms. Matisek.
I said it wrong. I had it all in my brain. I'm so sorry.
You're good.
I'm so sorry.
It's all good.
Matisek.
Mr. LaValle, you mentioned a study out of Israel, as well as some parents here at the last meeting, that those previously infected with COVID and unvaccinated have better protection from reinfection than those only vaccinated. You mentioned this as a point of your frustration with the state quarantine requirements for the unmasked and unvaccinated students in D20. The study you quoted is from MedRxiv, which publishes preliminary scientific reports that are not peer-reviewed and therefore should not be regarded as conclusive, guide clinical practice, or treated as established information. This is listed right on their website. Using non-peer-reviewed data as your point of contention with quarantines and mask wearing is deplorable and negligent on your part. Maybe you wouldn't be as frustrated along with some of these parents if you focus on studies that were published and peer-reviewed in reputable journals to ensure accurate information is being communicated. I demand better from each and every board member here today. Please remember that partisan policies have no place on our board. Science should only be leading. A published scientific and peer-reviewed study released on August 24th in the reputable Morbidity and Mortality Weekly Report showed that unvaccinated people were 5 times more likely to get COVID-19 and 29 times more likely than vaccinated peers to be hospitalized for their infections. It is unequivocally recommended for all eligible people to be fully vaccinated, even if they have been previously infected with COVID. The entire literal point of vaccines proves that they are working. The hospital beds are filled with unvaccinated COVID patients, not those that have been vaccinated. According to our state's COVID-19 dashboard on September 13th, there are now less than 200 ICU beds, thanks to the mostly unvaccinated COVID patients occupying 900 beds currently today. The Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment released new guidance on September 14th that there is no persuasive evidence that masks negatively affect the mental health of children and teens, and they recommend mask wearing for in-person learning. Masks do not contribute to increased suicide rates. Isolation, bullying, racism, homophobia, transphobia, Islamophobia, and a child's home life, just to name a few, certainly do increase suicides. School shootings and active shooter drills for our children are not good for mental health either, but we like to use these scapegoats instead of address the real issues in our district. Per the El Paso Coroner's annual report for 2020, most teen suicides were caused with firearms. How many gun owners properly lock and stow away their firearms so their children and teens do not have access to them? I certainly do. El Paso County leads the state with the highest suicide rates, even well before COVID and mask wearing. Anyone in this room that dares to blame any suicide on a mask or a piece of cloth is ignoring their child's mental health and is causing an injustice to their child. We need to focus on students and their teaching and teaching them resiliency, DEI, which is certainly needed, diversity, equity, and inclusion, and have actual anti-bullying policies and so on. Masks work, vaccines work, do the right thing already, and do not cower down to misinformation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Matisek.
Our next speaker is Lindsay Moore.
Good evening, Ms. Moore.
It's busy night. Ready?
Yes, of course. Good evening.
I don't see the clock.
I don't either. Go ahead.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's abundantly clear that you have no intention of caring about science, data, and facts. Many parents have come to you with correct factual data and valid concerns regarding masks, effects on our kids, suicide rates, and loss of learning. In fact, and I quote, you have no appetite for factual data. This school board overreach should stop now. The statement that you have no intention of going against state guidelines shows you are not willing to protect or defend the students you claim to care about. Not now, nor has it ever been the duty or responsibility of any school board to make medical health decisions for an entire population of people. In fact, the state of Colorado's Constitution states as such, the Constitution is the supreme law of the land. This is out of your purview. If you feel this is a necessary action, I suggest you should be ready and willing to sign a medical liability waiver for each child in the district if you, instead of their rightful parents, make the decision for them. I'm also incredibly concerned about what's going on behind closed doors in our schools. In 1939 Germany, Hitler separated kids from their parents and coerced them and grouped them. This is not okay. This is not safe. You have allowed teachers, staff, and principals to coerce, exploit, separate, and group our children into wearing masks under peer pressure, force vaccinating all students while inside your schools. These decisions are the parents, not yours to make. This is not okay. Telling students you wouldn't be separated if you just got vaccinated is coercion of the worst kind. This should never be okay, and it should never happen in our schools. Is this what you call school? Is this what you call the height of excellence? Is this what you call safe? We the people have no appetite for coercion and exploitation of our children. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Moore. Ms. Cortez, could you hold on just one second, please?
Absolutely.
Yes, Ms. Cortez.
Okay. Next we have Scott Bull.
Good evening, Ms. Barr.
Hi, my name is Dr. Scott Bull. So I just want to thank you for your time today. I'm here to emphasize the need for masks to allow District 20 to continue to safely operate its schools. Despite an increase in cases in El Paso County, coupled with a sharp rise in school-age cases, District 20 has taken no effective action to ensure that our schools can remain open. The district has communicated to parents that layered mitigation is happening at its schools. This is not true, at least at Discovery Canyon Elementary where my kids go to school. The state guidance notes that the most effective way to ensure that schools remain open is to require masks. According to El Paso County Health, the average number of daily cases is 309.8 and the positivity rate is 9.24%. In fact, 25% of all new cases are occurring in children 17 and under, which means that nearly 77 children are testing positive each day. For elementary students, positive tests will result in large quarantines leading to learning loss. The district is already struggling to mitigate the impact of last year's learning loss. Masks will reduce quarantine requirements. If student learning is the district's #1 priority, then masks are the most effective way to address that priority. At the last board meeting, a member stated that Air Academy High School students did not seem to be upset about wearing masks. They were just happy to be learning together in school. District 20 has communicated to parents that it will take a layered approach to mitigate spread and keep quarantine numbers low by trying to keep students in smaller groups and limiting contact time indoors during lunch and recess. At Discovery Canyon Elementary, students are not seeing this layered approach. When I asked what mitigating measures are being taken to ensure that our students are being safe, the front office stated that they are implementing pre-COVID learning strategy. Discovery Canyon Elementary has also implemented learning interventions twice a week to address learning loss. All students in an entire grade level intermix during this learning intervention. Without masks for elementary students, the lack of cohorting that is happening in this case will result in an entire grade level, not a single class being quarantined from one positive case. Also, students are sitting right next to each other during lunch instead of spreading out. If schools are not going to social distance in the classroom, can they at least not do it during lunchtime to reduce that contact time? The COVID numbers look positive on the district's COVID dashboard, but reporting procedures have changed, which will account for a misrepresentation of the COVID outlook. The dashboard no longer accurately reflects what is occurring in the community. It is time to make tough decisions to ensure that kids remain in-person learning in order to prevent further learning loss. Based on state quarantine requirements, the only way to reduce quarantines is to have all students masked or have a community vaccination rate greater than 80%. El Paso County's rate is 58.5% for all vaccine eligible people. Wearing masks is...
Thank you, Dr. Bowles.
Our next speaker is Richard Allen.
Good evening, Mr. Allen.
I wish to thank the board for letting me have the time to speak and share my ideas. The road not taken for best practices, with apologies to Robert Frost. When I worked in Washington, D.C., one coworker was highly paid and had a spouse who was highly paid, talked about their children. They coached and encouraged their children so that they could qualify to enroll in the most elite private preschool. With their children in that elite private preschool, their children had a chance to enroll in the most elite private school starting in kindergarten. This is called the Asian American style of concerted cultivation, but the parents are white. In the 2021 PSAT, grade 9 achieved an average score of 67%, but your report doesn't show the standard deviation of the scores nor the shape of the distribution of the scores. On the 2021 SAT, grade 11 achieved an average score of 68%, but your report doesn't show the standard deviation of the scores nor the shape of the distribution of the scores. Instead of the DEI task force recommendations, I recommend that you identify at-risk youths in ages ranges 3 to 5 years old and provide their parents with a voucher to start them at Common Learning Center or other such academic enrichment learning centers. I recommend funding any parent who wishes to enroll their children in after-school academic enrichment programs such as Common. In Hyper-Education on page 23, the author explains, unexpectedly, Indian American parents also articulate a moral reason for hyper-education beyond its strategic use. It's part of a cultural package that helps raise proper girls and boys who avoid sex, violence, drugs, and complacency. So while educators worry about the negative emotional and social effects of pursuing extra academics, parents often have the opposite point of view. I see vast sums spent in extensive facilities for academic competitions, but not vast sums spent in comparable facilities for academic competitions. In grades K through 6, children would enjoy that and it might encourage them to study. With very tortured legal reasoning, Academy District 20 has denied Christian clubs the ability to meet during regular school hours, unlike some other clubs. While religious beliefs help with emotional stability and adherence to rules, that is the road not taken. Also, I would comment, physicians are very bad at calculating conditional probabilities, potentially leading to incorrect evaluation of risk. See Philip Tetlock's work.
Thank you, Mr. Allen.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Allison Red.
Good evening, Ms. Redden.
Hello. Do we go?
Go ahead.
Okay, sorry. I am here tonight to say thank you to each one of you on the board for allowing individual families the freedom to choose what is best for their children. You have let us assess our own risks, which include the mental and emotional well-being of each child. I would urge you to continue to let it be a choice. Franklin D. Roosevelt once said, "Courage is not the absence of fear, but rather the assessment that something else is more important than fear." Thank you for your continued courage to stand up and do what is best for the D20 families who put our most valued treasure, our children, in your hands. Those of you who attended back to school night this year would have noticed an excitement beyond what we experienced in previous years. Parents and the staff alike looking forward to making this year better than the last. The most common comment from teachers was that it is so nice to be back without masks. While those who chose to wear a mask were a small minority, it was wonderful that we could all come together with the same excitement and respect for each other's choices, without judgment or animosity. My oldest child was the only one required to wear a mask last year. He didn't like it, but it wasn't a horrible experience for him. Unfortunately, the same cannot be said for too many other children. In conversations with many families, parents have recounted with tears in their eyes heart-wrenching stories of the difficulties their children experienced. Not every child had the same difficulty with masks because not every child is the same. Parents need the latitude to judge for their own children. We all have access to the same data about the physical dangers, but only parents are in a position to judge the other dangers to their children. Dangers that are very real. Dangers to their social development and mental well-being. There is no policymaker on earth that can craft a solution that is right for every child. Only a parent knows what is right for their child. C.S. Lewis once said, "Nothing is more likely to destroy a species or a nation than a determination to survive at all costs." We've weighed the costs and the dangers. This is no longer a cost that our family is willing to pay. I know many other families who feel the same way. Our family will not be sending our 6 children to school in masks. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Redden.
Our next speaker is Kara Coffey.
Good evening, Ms. Coffey.
Good evening. My name is Kara May Coffey. I'm so grateful to be a parent of 4 children in District 20. I love our school district and all that it provides for my family, and I recognize the blessing I have to live in one of the best districts in the state. Thank you. And thank you for serving on our board. I wanted to come tonight to express my deep gratitude for your current policy, allowing parents choice over whether or not their child has to wear a mask in school. The fact that your policies are supportive of this has meant the world to my family. I've not seen my kids as happy as they are in a long time. It is so wonderful to see their beautiful smiles as they walk into and out of school and as they participate in school activities. My family has previously had COVID. Thankfully, we all made a full recovery with no lingering health issues. I will tell you, however, that the damage done through COVID policies last year, including masking, was much more long-term and acute for my children. The social, physical, psychological, and emotional costs my kids experienced far outweighed the impact of the virus on their overall health. I think this is something that needs to be discussed when we talk about kid suicide in our community. I understand the pressure that you feel as a board and how fractious this is in our community. But I want to voice my family's story. I can tell you this, we will not repeat what we did last year. I understand that due to the quarantine rules, there's a huge pressure to mask all our children because the rules around quarantine people when they're unmasked versus masked is difficult to navigate. However, please don't make our children suffer for these rules. Please push back against the rules with the health department. That's where the true pressure is coming from. Also, I would love it if natural immunity would be part of the discussion around quarantine policies. If you look at the numbers in our county, thankfully, the impact the virus itself has on our children remains minimal when you look at the hospitalizations and recovery rates, even with the Delta variant. Thank you so much for recognizing that our families are unique and parents are truly the best people to judge what is safe for their children. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Coffey.
Next is Jeremy Beckman.
Good evening, Mr. Beckman.
Good evening, Mrs. Reynolds, but I forget how to move this particular podium up higher. Hi, can everybody hear me? Hi, my name is Jeremy Beckman, and I'm the parent of 2 Discovery Canyon Elementary students and a teacher at Discovery Canyon High School. First, I would like to give a shout out to Steve Scott, our elementary school principal. He has done an amazing job keeping the ship moving forward with very unique challenges this year. Steve, we appreciate you and we value you. In the 8 years I have lived in Colorado, from this very podium, District 20 leadership from Mr. Gregory to Ms. Reynolds to Ms. Allen, have addressed the challenges we have faced in our district, from school security to state budget cuts, with one overarching principle. We strive in Academy District 20 to keep the problems of the adult world as absolutely far away from impacting our children's education as possible. And that's not just a District 20 saying, it's a leadership principle from successful school districts all around the world. But today, ladies and gentlemen, we have a challenge our kids are smack in the middle of because of adult disagreements: missing in-person learning, the best educational strategy ever invented. I would like tonight to speak to you on the impacts of these quarantines are having on learning and how to keep the impacts away from those who we are here to serve, our students. Number one, quarantines devastate students. Devastate. Anybody in our district admins team who has told a student they cannot be in school has seen it firsthand. And it's a monumental change. When I went to school, kids were excited to miss school. They couldn't wait for those snow days like Dr. Hatchell used to talk about in his back to school speech. But now when kids are told they can't go to school, they're crying. Each quarantine cost a student 5% of their in-person learning for the entire school year. 5% of the most effective teaching strategy we have, and 1,600 Academy District 20 students have already felt this in the first 21 days of our school year. Being in school is where our students thrive, and it is where they belong. The largest impact, however, is felt by the number of teachers out because their personal children are quarantined right now. Each one of these cost every single one of their students 5% of their in-person learning with that teacher for the whole year. And there are teachers I work with on their second and even their third quarantine for this school year. It is hard to learn with such instability. And there are many, many factors in this pandemic we cannot control, but this is one we can. And this is why I ask our board tonight to maximize and stabilize learning in person by implementing a mask mandate to minimize our quarantines. Adults may disagree on so much, but educational research has no disagreement on the impact of being in school with your teacher. Adult disagreement should not prevent students from being in school when there is any possible way to keep them there. It's an old solution to a new problem. And we have heard for months in this room about the problems we face.
Mr. Beckman, you need to wrap up your comments. Thank you, Mr. Beckman. Thank you.
Next is Beth Fisher.
And we have, it looks to me like if your count is right, about 4 people left to speak tonight. And so if they could get closer to the door so we can move more quickly, that'd be great if our security guards could help them do that. They just know there's 4 people who haven't spoken, so come on closer to the door, please. Ms. Cortez, could you give me that name one more time?
Absolutely. So this is Beth Fisher.
Thank you. Welcome, Ms. Fisher.
Thank you. I'm here with Medical Autonomy Colorado. We are a group of over 300 parents that are against medical mandates, and we stand for bodily autonomy and bodily sovereignty. I emailed a few days ago and received a reply, so thank you very much, Superintendent Gregory. I'm assuming that your reply is from everyone and that the words are appropriate. So I'm going to read 2 sentences from that. You said, quote, "We do not pretend to be public health officials, nor do we intend to debate the efficacy of masks. This is not our role or responsibility. If you're going to put in a mask mandate, then you are acting as a public health official because the Board of Health in El Paso County has not put one in. So why would you do that? And you've heard people on both sides of this argument tonight talk about efficacy. It's a huge debate. I understand that. But the point here has nothing to do with efficacy, and I would agree with you in that. It has to do with my parental rights. I can make decisions for my child. Anyone who wishes to send their child to school in a mask can. I heard from a parent here who said that her child was bullied because they wore a mask, and I think that's horrible. I don't think anyone should be bullied, but I want to make the decisions for my child. And therefore, anyone here who's suggesting that we should put a mask mandate in is after my child. I actually have a medical exemption by my medical doctor because my child has asthma. I will never be affected by a mask mandate in D20 because my child does not have to wear a mask per her doctor. I have medical exemptions for that. However, she will feel ostracized if that happens, the same as what the other parents are saying they want to happen to their child. This is a huge issue, and it's all about dividing us and them. At the end of the day, if there is no mask mandate, a parent can make a choice to send their child to school and put on a mask, and there's no problems. If every child is asked to put on a mask, then we have huge problems with many kids who can't wear masks, and you're not allowing a parent to make their own decisions based on my child and my child's circumstance. I don't hate people who don't wear masks. I think they're misguided, misinformed, and ignorant. However, they are after my child. And first of all, my well child, my unmasked well child, is not a danger. I keep her home when she's poorly. And finally, my child's freedom doesn't end where another parent's fear begins. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Ms. Fisher.
We actually have two more speakers. I misspoke earlier, so we're down to our last two. And next we have Amy Plapp.
Thank you. And I just did the math poorly. I think you said it right.
No,
So thank you.
I don't know. I'm not very good at math.
That's okay. It's all right. You said 37 and I don't know what I'm doing. Thank you.
Absolutely. So we've got Amy Plapp.
Thank you. Good evening, Ms. Platt.
Thank you very much. My name is Amy Plapp. I have a child who graduated from high school in District 20. I've lived in District 20 for 21 years. Today would have been my father's 91st birthday, so I'm thinking of him. He died earlier this year after breaking his hip. For the last few months of his life, I would go over to his house every afternoon, and we would sit outside across the street from a District 20 elementary school and watch the kids leaving school and getting picked up by their parents. And almost all the kids wore masks, and none of the parents did. And when school was out, the kids ran around and played and were happy like they always do. And they always kept their masks on. They didn't rip them off. They'd forgotten they were wearing them. And I watched them taking care of each other and exercising love for each other. And all I could think of over and over again was the quote from the Bible, "And a child shall lead them." When my daughter was in elementary school in District 20, a boy in her class died. He had an asthma attack at school. The school was across the street from the fire department. 2 firemen rushed over to try to save his life. They couldn't save his life. He died. I'll never forget watching those firemen sobbing at this little boy's funeral. I'll never forget one of my fellow moms in the class convincing herself that somehow she'd been responsible for these child's death. I will never forget any of that. In El Paso County, where we live, 64 children under the age of 10 have been hospitalized with COVID. 15 of those hospitalizations occurred in the last month since school started. That's 20%. It is true that not everyone who has COVID shows symptoms. It is true that not everyone who has symptoms goes to the hospital. It is true that not everyone who goes to the hospital dies, but some will. If you could do something about that, if you could act to keep our children safe, why wouldn't you do it? The science behind mask wearing is indisputable. Please do the right thing and keep our children safe by requiring masks. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Plapp.
Our final speaker for this evening is Jackie Lesh.
That'll be Jackie Lesh. Welcome, Ms. Lesh.
Hello. Can you guys hear me okay? I am a District 20 parent for the last 10 years. I have a 3rd grader, a 6th grader, and a 9th grader this year, and I teach special ed preschoolers. And I don't know about you guys, but this first month of school, I am exhausted. I have this feeling that most people have felt that this month of school has lasted a lot more than 30 days. I'm tired of being surrounded by negativity, anger, frustration, fear, and hate. We have so many negative emotions running around our community right now, and it is so sad because that affects all of us. These lead to stress, anxiety, health issues, and emotions, believe it or not, are contagious. Have you ever heard that laughter is contagious? Have you ever been a sympathetic crier when you had someone else tell you a sad story? Have you been in a football stadium filled with fans and tell me you did not feel the excitement and joy going through everyone there? You picked it up. It's contagious. They actually have said that emotions are easier to catch than a cold. And unfortunately, negative emotions are more contagious than positive ones. Now, I was lucky enough to hear a fabulous speaker named Jenny Hetch a few years ago, and she explained a negative emotion like this. Say a principal had a bad morning, whether they got up on the wrong side of the bed, spilled coffee on themselves, I don't know, but they came to work just in a bad mood and just radiating negative emotions. Well, they have a staff meeting. Say the staff of 60 people come in and the principal, they can tell, is not in a good mood. They're now thinking, is it me? Did I do something wrong? Why is he mad? Guess what? They just picked up on his negative emotions and they took it to their classroom of, say, 25 children. Now those 25 children come into school excited for the day and they realize their teacher is not in a good mood. Now those children think, what did I do wrong? Maybe the teacher. I'm just trying to tell you how fast a negative emotion can spread. I have now felt this negativity throughout our community and throughout our schools in these last 30 days of school. I don't know about you, but you can even feel it in this room tonight. So I encourage all of you, please, this is not about us. It's about our children. Please try to keep your negative emotions to yourself. Please try to respond to everyone with positivity. You all have a right to your opinions, and I really do, but can we spread that?
Thank you, Ms. Lesh.
Mrs. Reynolds, I did mess up, so we have one more.
Thank you.
This is why I deal with words
That
and
will give
colors
us 30
and not
seconds.
numbers.
Thank you.
So, this is Kimber Chafin. She is our final speaker, and I
Hello,
apologize.
I'm sorry.
Good
You
evening,
probably
Ms.
don't want to
Chafin.
hear me
You
after
are
all
fine.
the others. I just wanted to say thank you to the board. I know this is probably not the most fun thing you all have done, and I'm sure it's been very difficult. And I so appreciate how much you guys have gotten back to me and just responded to me. And I feel like all of our voices have been heard. And I just really, really appreciate that. And I wanted to thank you all. Of course, I am against any mandate. I think we are so divided in our group. You know, it's kind of time to think about maybe having different schools for different beliefs. Some things to think about. I don't know. We're going to have to solve this somehow. And I know this has been very difficult, and I just wanted to thank you. So, yes, and I've been praying for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Chafin.
And that does conclude our speakers for this evening.
Thank you, Ms. Cortez. All right, we're going to move on to agenda item 6B, please. And this is board comments. And I am going to begin this evening with Colonel Sullivan, who is new to the dais. And I would like for him to introduce himself and make any comments he'd like to make as well. Welcome.
Okay. Thank you, Mrs. Reynolds. My name is Bill Sullivan. I'm the Mission Support Group Commander up at the Air Force Academy, the 10th Air Base Wing. And I'm not new to the area. I went to school here about 21 years ago. I graduated and also had a previous assignment here. My wife is from out east of Colorado Springs. So I may not have been born in Colorado, but I got here as soon as I could. So very glad to be with you. My sister is an assistant principal outside of Atlanta, Georgia, and she's been in education for almost 30 years. So I'm very happy to be part of the board. I also have 4 kids in the district, one at Air Academy High School, 2 at Eagle View Middle School, and then 1 at Douglas Valley Elementary. So I'm not just here in my capacity as the USAPA liaison, but also as a parent. So very happy to be here and look forward to serving you. Thank you for the time, ma'am.
Thank you, Colonel Sullivan. It's very nice to have you. Mr. Tempe, would you like to start?
Well, welcome, Colonel Sullivan, and thank you for your service to our country. Tonight's spotlight featuring Aspen Valley High School and Air Academy High School reminds us of why we're all here. Thanks to Aspen Valley and Air Academy for highlighting your incredible students tonight. I do have a brief statement, and I would like to preface that by saying I've been the parent of 5 kids up until last May for 26 years in this district. In June of 1858, Abraham Lincoln gave a speech at the Illinois State Capitol after he accepted the state Republican nomination to the United States Senate. While his words don't relate to where we sit today relative to our emergence from a global pandemic, his words should have meaning to all of us. A house divided cannot stand. As a district, it seems as though we've started to lose our ability to respectfully agree to disagree, despite the fact that we are all here for the same reasons. All of us want the same outcomes, which are to maximize student presence in classrooms and to prepare all students for post-secondary success. Regardless of one's stance on mask wearing, the efficacy of masks, vaccinations, etc., it should not result in disrespecting someone else's passion on the same subject that may be different from their own. Despite recent emails and comments to the contrary, the Board of Education does not receive compensation to serve on this board. No taxpayer money is used to pay for us. Many of us have full-time jobs and do this as volunteers. We serve because we generally love this district, value education, and trust the district staff to provide the best education possible for its 26,000 students in a safe and nurturing environment. I believe many of you are here for the very same reason. The recent concerted and coordinated campaign to inundate the board and administration with emails has not gone unnoticed. Please understand that there are only so many ways to say that we are listening and have been listening to everyone. The work of this district goes way beyond masks or no masks. We're all in this together. It's heavy lifting. It is time, after 18 months of rancor, polarization, heightened emotions, and incivility, to trust the district to have heard everyone's feedback, interpret the ever-changing data, and to continue to find a way to maximize student presence in our classrooms. There are many moving parts to this district, and I trust our superintendent and our senior team to do what's right for all 26,000 students and their families in this district. Again, a house divided against itself cannot stand. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tempe. Mr. Lundberg.
Great. I thought I was going to be last.
No, I like to move it around a little bit.
We had, just before the board meeting, we had the opportunity, as Mr. Tempe said, to watch Air Academy High School choir sing, which is really cool. And Aspen Valley High School, 2 of the students and the principal talk about what they were doing. And that is a great reminder of why we're here. One of the best things on this, though, is really cool because I got to meet one of my old students from 1984. He graduated from Air Academy High School in 1984, and he's a doctor now. I was a science teacher, so I like to think I had something to do with that one. I do have some really good news for you. There's one thing everybody can agree on, and that's we all love the kids. That's what's cool. Thank you so much for being here, folks.
Thank you, Mr. Lundberg. Mrs. Cloninger.
I appreciate everybody being here tonight as well, and I appreciate Will, and I don't want to take away from anything that he said because I think he said it very well. When I decided to run for the board, I put on my signs that I was putting D20 kids first because I believe that that's important. And I believe, like Doug just mentioned, that it is about educating our kids. We all on this dais have longed for the time where we can talk about reading and arithmetic and history and all of the things that we've brought our kid and science. I didn't forget science. And that's why we've brought our kids here to the district and to school. I think that is an important part of our reason for being here, as well as yours. I wanted to say along the lines of what Will said earlier, that you have called us fearful, which we're not. You've called us to be courageous leaders, which we are. You've told us to do our job, which we also are. Those things happen because we have volunteered our time to come and be a part of this community, to support our teachers, and mostly to support every single one of your children, including our own. I personally, right now, sitting at this dais besides our secretary, well, oh, sorry, and also our newest member, which welcome, by the way, have children still in the district. And so my heart is with you. I know what it's like to send children to school where they're bullied, where they are all the things, and we don't need to go back over it. But the kinds of attacks and the shameful behavior that I've seen has to stop. We need to find reasons to get together, and I appreciate those who have come together tonight to talk about kindness, to talk about solutions, and to talk about ways that we can find common ground. I think that's so vitally important. I wanted to just mention that this is where I was thinking, as I've thought and read all the emails that have inundated us. We're committed as Board of Education members to educate all D20 students. You have a choice to wear a mask or not. You have a choice to get a vaccine or not, but you don't have a choice to take on the consequences you receive based on those choices. The consequences are not yours. Those are already set. So yes, we're part of choice. We believe in it, and I believe in it, and I have choiced my children around the district. I'm grateful for that, but we don't get to choose our own consequences. And so I just wanted to put that out there as my opinion. And I hope that we can find ways to go forward and come together. I wanted to highlight just a couple of things. And that was the Encompass Heights is one of my schools, and I was able to go out there last week and be with them as they tie-dyed their new shirts. It was a very colorful playground, and well done by the PTA president and Mrs. Stirk and her amazing staff. Also, with that came sad news of one of her staff's passing of her son. And tonight, as we listen to the spotlights, the dedication to her son, because they lived on the west side, and they dedicated one of the songs to him, and it was beautiful. I appreciated that, and I, like everybody else has said, it was why we're here. And in closing, I just want to say, Tuesday night, I was able to go. I was one of maybe 6 people in the room at a parent academy. If you don't know what those are, that is a great thing to spend your time on. It's a great opportunity for you to get information about our district and what we're doing and the things that can help our mental health with our children. There were 40 people online, so I do appreciate that, but 6 people physically in the room, and it's all recorded, so you can go back and look at it. It was phenomenal, and it was on building resilience for healthy kids. Maureen Lang and Julie Hendrickson did a fantastic job of putting that together. So I just wanted to put a little shout out to go back and watch that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Cloninger. Mr. LaValle.
Thank you, Ms. Reynolds. I had the opportunity on Monday night, I believe, to go to Discovery Canyon High School's back to school night. It's great to see all the parents. Excitement, I think I've heard other people say that. It was just a good thing. And then I didn't want to monopolize with DCC High School, but the next morning, I think it was the next morning, could have been the morning after, but I went to their parent advisory group. That was on Tuesday. And I just wanted to thank, I know you're here, thank you parents for being involved. It was just great to see. I think there was 11 or 12 parents and we got to tour the classrooms. It was so, I just so loved hearing instruction going on in a classroom. It was great. And it just was refreshing to my soul. And then tonight we've already heard it, but the spotlight, we heard Air Academy, their choir, they were great. They sang a song in the native Haitian language. Not only did they do it from memory, but it was a different language. And I asked him, I said, like, how long have you been practicing this? Well, like a couple weeks. And I'm thinking, oh my goodness, I can't imagine doing that. But it was just great to hear, great to see. And then Aspen Valley as well. And I thought it was interesting. They have a student to instructor ratio of 15-1. Now that's a lot of instructors, a lot of teachers. What that means is that's expensive. That costs the district, but it is well worth it. And I just think that is indicative of who we are as D20. We do what needs to be done for our kids. I guess I need to just talk briefly. I stand by everything I said a couple weeks ago. My frustration lies with, one other thing I want to thank Ms. Reynolds and Mr. Gregory. I'm going to guess we got 150 emails this week, and they replied to all of them. It was an amazing amount of work. Just reading them took me a long time and to reply. So I just want to thank them, and I thought the reply was excellent as well. But my frustration with the quarantines lies in, and I think they're overly restrictive. They don't allow kids who have the antibodies to not have to quarantine, and I find that very frustrating. There's other things that I find very frustrating. If you want to listen to what I said 2 weeks ago, I stand by them. I did write to the governor's office, and I never did hear back. I couldn't find an email address for the state health department, or I would have written to them. But that's all I have to say, and I want to thank everybody for speaking, even if we disagree. Man, I'm here for the kids in this district, and I believe everybody else is too, and I just hope we can agree to disagree. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. LaValle. And thank you all for being here tonight. I continue to appreciate the input of our community, particularly around the issue of masking. And I do have a written response too, because I had to write down what I was going to say. I finished answering emails about 2:30 this afternoon. And there are, a lot of what you're going to hear tonight is what was in those emails, because I wanted you to hear what I was saying to the people who wrote to us as well, because they came with the same concerns. So as we have mentioned in the past, we hear and read each comment that comes to us. You've heard that. And I have responded on behalf of the board to each, either by email after comments made at meetings or after I received them in my inbox. You need to know that going forward, I didn't say this to all of them, I'm saying this to you. Personal responses from me on behalf of the board about this issue of masking and COVID will not always be possible, simply given the sheer numbers of messages and comments that I get. We want to be in schools instead. Somebody said that tonight and a few of you had, and I haven't been, because I've been responding the same. We've received well over 150, that's the number I have too, communications in the last week, and I want our community to know that each is being read and considered. I've read them all. I know we've all read them all, and I know we've read the responses. The message from Mr. Gregory and this board continues to be the same as we have stated since school opened. As you know, we started the 2021-22 school year by encouraging, but not requiring, face coverings for staff and students. After 4 weeks of school, we continue to watch the data and listen to our community and the health department, and we continue to make decisions moving forward. Please know schools in Colorado, we know this to be true, are required to report to the health department when a student is positive for COVID, and schools are required to quarantine other students for 10 days when they are determined to be in close contact to the positive student. The requirements, and these are all facts that I'm sharing with you, the requirements have led to the quarantine of over 1,600 D20 students through the first 21 days of school. None of us pretend to be public health officials. Some of you quoted that this evening, nor do we intend to debate the efficacy of masks. That's not our role or responsibility. Instead, our role is to lead a system of academic achievement and growth for all students, including their social and emotional well-being. As you can imagine, we all have a different opinion about what that means. And as you can imagine, it's difficult and challenging for schools to grow students academically when large numbers of students are quarantined and unable to attend school. The ability to deliver on our mission will drive our decision regarding masks, not a debate on whether masks are good, bad, effective, or ineffective, whether political or nonpartisan. Like many of you, it has been our hope that we can continue with our recommendations to mask without having to require mask wearing, but the numbers of positive cases in quarantine students will be reviewed each day as we continue to ensure that students will remain in person in our classrooms. I know that, like Mr. LaValle, Mr. Gregory has reached out to many health officials with an attempt to change quarantine laws. He is working on it. We all are. We will do what we need to do when we feel that our students will be better served with a different direction. And we hope that this provides all of you with an assurance that Mr. Gregory, his team, who attend each board meeting and who sit in their buildings every day, and the board are thoughtful in doing all that we can to be sure that students can stay in school. I have visited with many teachers and educational leaders, both in this district and across the state, and the exhaustion is evident. I had to think when somebody said it's only September, and I thought it really is only September. It is everywhere. Pandemic fatigue, the response to the pandemic is causing so much divisiveness. Frankly, more than ever in my 40 years as an educator, I am concerned about the toll that this pandemic and other divisive issues you heard tonight are having on our parents, our students, and on those who serve them. It is an ever-changing climate in which we are operating this year. That's the third year that schools have been impacted by this pandemic and the politics surrounding it. And I continue to trust that the D20 community, all of us, will stand alongside one another as we remain flexible, hopeful, respectful, and focused on student learning and growth. We all need each other. Colonel Sullivan, welcome to the D20 board. Enough said. Thank you for being here this evening and for agreeing to be the Air Force Academy liaison to the D20 Board of Education. For the benefit of those who don't know, I would like to share a few things about this. This liaison position has been the longstanding tradition in D20, as we acknowledge and honor the need for a strong partnership with the entire community that we serve. While the Air Force liaison is non-elected, thus non-voting, he is a member of the board, and the people who have served in this role in the past have listened to the district's needs and to support and have supported and advocated for the students that we serve, particularly those whose family members are serving our country, as are you. We know that you will continue that tradition as your voice is important to us all. Thank you for your service. And I too want to thank Aspen Valley and Air Academy High School for just giving us sunlight today. It was beautiful. I was sent back to Scotland with the first song. I could vision myself sitting there on that. Anyway, it was beautiful. It was beautiful. And that's why we're here for our students. What an incredible spotlight we had tonight. Mr. Gregory.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Reynolds. And thank you for patience for our visitors this evening. But at this point, I'd like to turn it over to Mr. Cameron Smart.
Good evening. Can you hear me? Is that good? Okay, thanks. All right, I'm pleased this evening to introduce two individuals for administrative positions. These candidates have met all state licensing requirements and school district prerequisites. Candidates also completed our rigorous process for achieving this recommendation, including paper screening, pre-screening interviews, preliminary interviews, and they can probably tell you that, yeah, this was what it was like. Final interviews, professional reference checks, and so on. We are delighted that many applicants showed interest in these positions, and I want to thank the many support staff and administrators who took the time from their other obligations to participate through the various parts of the interview process. All right, so my first person I'm going to introduce, she's coming back to D20, so coming home, right? Okay. I'm pleased to introduce Corinne Gorsh, who is being recommended as the Mountain View Elementary School Assistant Principal. Corinne is joined this evening by her husband, Nathan, who also works in our district as a principal at Village High School, which is an amazing campus if you haven't been there. Her son, Jaron, who's out in the atrium, probably doing backflips right now, and daughter, Emery, in the atrium. I'm sure they're like, this is so fun and exciting to be here. They just couldn't fit in here right now, so we're happy that they're here tonight as well. Corinne holds a Bachelor of Science degree in Christian Education from the Lincoln Christian College in Lincoln, Illinois. I'm glad somebody said that because I didn't know if I should say Illinois or Illinois, so somebody else said it earlier, so I got it. A Bachelor of Science degree in Education K-8 from Illinois State University in Normal, Illinois. And a Master of Science in Educational Leadership, and receiving her principal licensure from Western Governors University in Salt Lake City, Utah. She's got a lot of stuff here, so I apologize. It'll take me a while. But Corinne started her educational career in Whitefield District 3 as a 4th grade teacher at King Elementary, where she also served as grant coordinator, Title I reading and math teacher. She then served as an RTI TOSA for D3. Corinne then taught K through 5 online at the Colorado Virtual Academy. She then began, how did she know she was going to need that back then? I don't know. But she then began her District 20 career at Frontier Elementary School as a Title I coordinator and a math and literacy interventionist. Corinne then served at Pioneer Elementary as Title I coordinator, community liaison, and reading interventionist, and finally at Mountain View Elementary as their MTSS coordinator for a couple years. So she's familiar with that school site. For the past year, Corinne has served as an assistant principal in District 39 at Bear Creek Elementary. So we're pleased to present Corinne to you tonight for the position of assistant principal at Mountain View Elementary School. Corinne, is there anything you'd like to say tonight? Thank you.
Good evening. It's an honor to become the next assistant principal at Mountain View Elementary. Returning to District 20 to serve the community of Mountain View is truly coming home. And I simply want to say thank you to the selection committee, the Board of Education, Mr. Gregory, and Ms. Super.
Thank you. Congratulations, Corinne. All right, my next person I'd like to introduce tonight is Ash Angiolo. I had to practice that last name a few times. Who is being recommended as the interim assistant principal / academic support teacher at Journey K-8. Ash is joined this evening by her husband, Dom. No relation to Fast and Furious, Dom, right? Ash holds a Bachelor of Arts in Education Psychology from the University of Texas in San Antonio and a Master of Education in Curriculum and Instruction from Arizona State University in Tempe, Arizona. She earned her principal licensure from Western Colorado State University in Gunnison, Colorado. And Ash began her educational career in, I think it's Schertz, Texas, is that right? Okay, as a 4th grade teacher. Upon moving to Colorado Springs, she taught 3rd grade at Prairie Hills Elementary. Ash moved to Mount Pleasant, South Carolina, and served as a curriculum developer before moving back to Colorado Springs. Ash then moved to Mountain View Elementary as MTSS coordinator and student academic growth and assessment coordinator. I'm seeing a theme here. And then she served as assistant principal for Antelope Trails Elementary School for a couple years. For the past year and a half, she has served as the Journey K-8, and last year as assistant principal, and this year as a teacher on special assignment. So we are pleased to present Ash to you tonight for the position of assistant principal, academic support teacher at Journey K-8. Ash, is there anything you'd like to say tonight? Well, all right.
To the board and Mr. Gregory, unrelated to my position, thank you for the job that you do, that when you ran for the board or applied for that position, likely didn't anticipate this. So all of the heart and hours that go into letting us do what we really love to do, thank you. Also, thank you for your vote of confidence and support as I take on this endeavor. To my husband, Dom, I hope that that quote from Mr. Timby tonight struck a chord with you. You always remind me that it's not about the rings on the ladder, it's about finding a place on the ladder that sparks joy in my educator heart and that challenges my brain. So thank you for always being my supporter. To my mentors, Jill Hooper and Victory Molina, my time at Mountain View with you was just invaluable. There isn't a week that goes by when I'm looking for the right words that I don't think to myself, what would Jill Hooper say? And when I'm trying to solve a problem, I don't think to myself, what angle am I not considering that Victory Molina would already know about? So thank you. You impact me every day, even if you don't know it. And to Journey K-8, I use analogies. That's how I make sense of things in the world. And last year, it was a little bit like a blind date. When I was asked to help support, and I was nervous and I wasn't sure if I was going to like the date I was going on. And I fell in love with the people and the philosophy and the mission that you guys work to support every day. And I just hope that I serve the community and make you proud. So thank you. I'm excited. Thank you.
That's all I have tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smart. I think next we have Dr. Smith has some comments.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Gregory. I'd like to start by just expressing appreciation to the Air Academy High School Chamber Choir for really demonstrating to us this evening the value and beauty of art. And today we're going to talk a little bit about art. I'm going to start by recognizing Mr. Andy Vick, Executive Director of the Cultural Office of the Pikes Peak Region. He has a recorded message for us.
Hello, and thank you for the opportunity to be here with you virtually today. My name is Andy Vick, and I'm the Executive Director of the Cultural Office of the Pikes Peak Region. The Cultural Office is the nonprofit local arts agency that supports and advocates for the creative sector here in our community. Although our office is based in downtown Colorado Springs, our service area extends across all of El Paso and Teller counties, and many of our programs directly engage visitors and cultural tourists as well as area residents. Over the course of any given year, the Cultural Office manages a diverse portfolio of programming like Peak Radar, Curbside Culture, and Military Arts Connection. However, our largest programming initiative each fall is our annual Arts Month campaign, which takes place during the month of October. By design, our local Arts Month coincides with National Arts and Humanities Month, which was established in 1993 and is observed every October throughout the United States. Orchestrated annually by the Cultural Office, our local Arts Month campaign elevates the visibility of arts and culture across El Paso and Teller counties by showcasing local talent, providing opportunities for arts advocacy, supporting cross-sector community collaborations, and creating new avenues for arts engagement and cultural enrichment. Despite the lingering challenges of COVID-19, our 8th annual Arts Month celebration promises to be one of our biggest and best ever, with lots of new and exciting ways for community members and tourists to embrace our call to action, which is to have one new cultural experience with family or friends this October. To help connect residents and visitors with Arts Month, the Cultural Office has created artsoctober.com. This dynamic website is everyone's virtual portal to a rich array of Arts Month programming and special opportunities, including a series of creative campfires with local artists, an assortment of contest giveaways, including a chance to paint with an elephant at the Cheyenne Mountain Zoo, a featured Artist of the Day profile throughout the month of October, free online cooking classes, and a wide range of inspiring cultural activities and events produced by local artists and arts organizations from across our region. With the many economic, public health, and social challenges facing our nation and region, it's easy to understand how the arts might not be top of mind right now. However, the creative sector has been among the hardest hit by COVID-19 over the past year and a half, with performance venues closed, festivals and public events canceled, galleries going out of business, and gig workers without their next gig. Of course, local artists never stop creating, but it's still anything but business as usual. According to data compiled by Americans for the Arts, almost 60,000 Colorado artists and creative workers have lost their jobs as a result of COVID-19. And creative industry businesses across the state have suffered an estimated $2.4 billion in lost revenue over the last year as a result of the pandemic. Locally, the nonprofit arts and cultural sector's $153.3 million economic impact is not being fully realized as we continue to navigate the reopening of our venues and work to resume normal operations and programming in the wake of the pandemic. All of these challenges make our 8th annual Arts Month celebration more important than ever this October, not only to support the recovery of our local creative sector, but also to take advantage of an important opportunity to bring our community together around the arts and to help showcase and celebrate the talent and creativity that makes the Pikes Peak region such a vibrant and desirable place to live. But beyond just Arts Month, as you work to finance and facilitate.
All right, thank you. And just a quick thanks to Mr. Andy Vick for that message, and just a really quick message that I've been asked to read as well. The month of October is recognized as a National Arts and Humanities Month by thousands of arts and cultural organizations, communities, and states across the country, as well as by the White House and Congress for more than 2 decades. And we know that the arts and humanities play a unique role in the lives of our families, our communities, and our country. And because we believe the arts play a unique role in the lives of our families and our communities, and that the nonprofit arts industry also strengthens our national economy and supporting the full-time workers, we will be joining others in the region by officially acknowledging October as Arts Month, and we call upon our community to celebrate and promote the arts and culture in the city. Thank you, Mr. Gregory.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Smith. I'd like to spend just a few minutes talking about some staff and students. Last week, schools across our district found ways to remember and start conversations about remembering 9/11. Specifically, Discovery Canyon Campus High School students wrote thank you cards to local first responders. Instructors Carol Bramschreiber and Kurt Boddicker provided materials for students to give thanks and recognize the first responders who rushed into the Twin Towers. Thank you to all our instructors, all of our schools who teach and lead our students about events that will forever change us. This week, we're celebrating a big touchdown for Foothills Elementary teacher Kate Kelly. The Mountain West, please. The Mountain West Conference Collegiate Football Organization awarded her a $1,000 grant to support the school's STEAM program. As the program's new coordinator, she is developing new STEAM ideas to provide a quality education for all students. The Mountain West Conference caught wind of her work and surprised her in the school's garden with one of those big checks. So congratulations to Kate Kelly for her recognition. Also, congratulations to Patrick Mooring, the technology and K-RAM teacher at Rampart High School. He was named the Distinguished Broadcast Advisor of the Year by the Journalism Education Association. He is a perfect example of our value statement. People are the heart of our success. His students brag he is constantly challenging them to experiment, think outside the box, and trust their instincts. And lastly, the Career Technical Education Pathway Program that started as a pilot program at Air Academy High School is now going national. The program allows cadets to gain a credential to help them with post-high school employment. Colonel Robert Huber at Air Academy says the JROTC students piloted the program last year and now are more than 125,000 ROTC cadets across the country will benefit from their experience. And of course it says go cadets. And lastly, I would also like to welcome Colonel Sullivan to the dais and look forward to working with you. I hope you look forward to the same. Thank you, Ms. Reynolds. That's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Gregory. Going to move on to the consent agenda, and then we will take a little break. So we need a motion to approve the following resolutions. 33721, approval of matters relating to administrative staff licensed. 33821, approval of matters relating to licensed staff teachers. 33921, approval of matters relating to licensed staff license support special services providers. 34021, approval of matters relating to classified staff. 34121, approval of monitoring report for the Executive Limitation Policy 2.2, treatment of parents and the general public monitoring report. 34221, the approval of the monitoring report evaluation for the same, and the approval of the Board of Education regular meeting minutes from September 2nd, 2021.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Mrs. Cloninger?
Aye.
Mr. LaValle?
Aye.
Mr. Lundberg?
Aye.
Mrs. Reynolds?
Aye.
Mr. Temby?
Aye.
Thank you, and welcome to our newest administrators, and we will take a 7-minute break.
You wouldn't miss it for the world.
Yes, absolutely. Yes, yes. Yes. Congratulations. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, congratulations. Yep, congratulations. Outstanding. Thank you. Thank you. It's a little bit of a fire hose, but yes, it's good. Not that much different from everything that's happening right now. And lot of ways. Audience. Thank you. Thank you.
Hello.
Hi Megan, how are you? Good. Yourself?
Good.
Good.
How's everything going here?
Good.
This is the first time I've been Yes, I'm gonna come in here. There should be enough. I gotta take advantage of
Robust report. Robust report. I was going through it. It's like.
Hey, Don, how are you? Good, so good to see you. That's correct. I've, Four, three, two. All right. I believe that the board is returning to the dais. I do note that all the cabinet members are in their seats. Cabinet members are there. Mr. LaValle is about to be in his. Oh, you guys brought the whole basket of food out. No. All right, welcome back. And I wanted the board to know that at one point we had 52 people in attendance this evening, which dropped off considerably at 8:30 when we had 39, and now currently we have 17 people left watching live. Okay, we're going to move on to. We have no items pulled from the consent agenda, so we'll move on to agenda item number 9, which is the 2021 summer school and summer learning offerings summary report. Mr. Gregory.
Yes. Dr. Field, please.
Hi, good evening, board. It's my pleasure to introduce Maureen Lang. She will be providing our summer 2021 programming for students this evening. Maureen?
All right, I'm also here representing Mr. Joe Royer, who is not able to be with us this evening. So I get to share with you all the great stuff that happened during our summer 2021. And I will start, next slide, please. And you can go on to the next one also. With an overview of what we have done. But first, I'm going to look at my notes and make sure that I do publicly thank Mr. Royer. He was the right person for this job. Every time I would go down and talk to him, he'd always say, "We've got this, we've got this." And I appreciate his adaptability, his flexibility, his positive attitude, and that can-do thinking. And so he was definitely the leader that we needed during these times of uncertainty and trying to figure out what would work best to meet the needs of our students. He did everything from getting some big canopy tents so that we could have outside band at Mountain Ridge Middle School. So if you drove by there this summer during the month of July, you might have seen some big canopy tents. He also moved forward with figuring out how we could problem solve and add another preschool class because we saw the need was great for that. And then also his thinking with how we could continue to make sure we were meeting the needs of our high school students who needed to have those courses for credit for graduation. So a huge thank you to Mr. Royer. So our summer school overview, as you can see, from this slide what the enrollments were for June and July, and this was for all of our elementary classes, for our middle school, and then for our high school, and then of course the preschool, like I said. We had 66 teaching positions and we had 5 site coordinators. And with the high school, it is so important for us to have also those counselors who can help with guidance, with credit recovery, as well as looking at their course schedules and also with social emotional piece. Our elementary classes were offered in person. We had 2 sites. The first one in June was at Explore Elementary, and the second one was at Academy International. That was in July. And then, like I said, middle school, we had the option of band as well as some outdoor activities, and those were at Mountain Ridge Middle School. And then our high school, we had limited in-person options, which was at Pine Creek High School. The majority was definitely with our online instruction through the program that we currently also use at Village High School, Accelerate. So in the past, we have had it be tuition-based, and that completely funded our summer school. So through the use of ESSER funds, which was amazing that we were able to have a significant reduction of that tuition for our students. And you can see there what the high school was. It was only $40 a course versus they normally have paid in the past $250. And then you can see the difference of the breakdown of what it was for the others. Next slide, please. So this is a graph of our enrollment trends. And the biggest thing I want to point out is how from 2019, and then of course we know what happened the summer of 2020, but then 2021, and that where we almost doubled the high school enrollment. And that was again due to Mr. Royer's thinking of wanting to make sure that we were able to meet those needs of our students who needed some of that credit recovery. And of course, one of the biggest things that he saw was with the tuition, that reduction in that cost for our families was a huge incentive for our students to be able to participate. All right, next slide, please. So at the top are the course offerings, and then we have section offerings, and you can see what offerings that we had for courses. And I'm just going to give an example because it might be a little confusing. So for example, middle school, the course offerings, we maybe had beginning percussion or beginning woodwinds, but then the sections, maybe we had 2 of the beginning percussion classes or 2 of the beginning woodwinds. And the same with high school, where we would have maybe 21 or maybe 5 Algebra 1 classes, or Algebra 1 was a course, but then maybe we had 5 of those sections. So I just wanted to make sure that we understood that slide. Next slide, please. And this is very typical of how it has been in the past, where we have offered the credit recovery, but we also, our classes are offered for those students who want to maybe advance in getting credits towards their graduation credits. And so Mr. Royer commented that this has been very typical of what it has been in the past as well. And we were able to also use ESSER funds for those students who wanted to have that advancement as well as the credit recovery. Next slide, please. This just shows which high schools, and this is, for our high school group of where those high school students came from across our district. Next slide, please. Yes.
Do those, do you feel like some of those are, like the largest one is in Pine Creek? Is that because it was housed there? I just wonder if that's kind of how that would work.
The in-person was there, and probably yes. I don't know if in the past by which site it was at, if that makes a difference.
Yeah, I just was wondering.
Yeah.
Okay.
Good point. All right, next slide, please. And then you can see here what with the high school, which classes students enrolled in. And typically, again, this is pretty typical of our summer program, where math is one of the highest, and then that English language arts, because those definitely are those credits that those students need for graduation. We also have, it's interesting to look at physical education because that is a class that students maybe take through summer school to advance in their credits towards graduation. Next slide, please. And then this is a slide that the team really prides themselves in because their goal definitely is to have a high success rate for our students. And so you can see that they are very proud of being able to have these students pass the class and have that high level of success. And Mr. Royer and their team, they every week were making phone calls or calling parents and emailing students to say, okay, where are you at? Because it is a very much a condensed time frame for them to complete these courses. All right, next slide, please. All right, so I'm going to go now through all of our other summer offerings that we had this summer, which is very exciting as well. And a huge thank you to a couple other people, Mrs. Andy Ruskin, who is our Director for Literacy. She, oh my gosh, coordinated so much with our elementary principals and middle school principals and with the tutoring that happened at their own buildings. And then she also coordinated a summer reading clinic that we had virtual. And then also to Clark Maxson, who helped coordinate our Bridging the Gap, which was our summer counseling program. And then the information that I have came from our two cabinet principals, Mario Romero and Robin Koldenhoven, who helped me gather all of this information from our schools. So a huge kudos to all of them. So next slide, please. So this is great to be able to share all of the wonderful things that we did this summer with our students. So the first one was what we call Bridging the Gap, our summer counseling program. And you can see here that we ran it through the month of June. They had 6 sessions each, and we had a total of 108 students who participated. Next slide, please. And this was our second summer of offering that. And it's always great to, we did a survey of our parents who had their children participate in the counseling sessions, and just some of these comments. I love the second one. I initially bribed my children to attend as I thought it would be a battle, but felt like they would benefit from it. Well, they gladly accepted my bribes. They both later said they would have gone willingly even without the bribes. And then I like the next one too. My child loved making the box full of things to use when he feels anxious or needs to calm himself, and he cherishes that box. And again, thinking of our value statements and how we value relationships, this definitely is another way that our students, through all of our summer programming, they just had another relationship with another adult in our district. Next slide, please. So like I said, Mrs. Ruskin really helped coordinate these summer tutoring programs that took place at 15 of our elementary schools. And you can see the little asterisk at the bottom, how those programs varied from school to school on what the availability was of their staff, as well as what they really wanted to focus on at their individual building. We had approximately 900 students who participated over those 15 elementary schools. Very exciting that we were able to impact the learning of 900 students. And then you can see from the bullets that we had some that started as early as May 25th and had some go as late as August 6th. And again, the programs varied from school to school. The other cool bullet is the last one. We had approximately 124 staff members who supported those school-based programs. Next slide, please. And this is the other program that Ms. Ruskin coordinated, the centralized virtual summer reading clinic. 76 students participated, and you can see how many were in June and July, and then those that just did June and those that just did July. One thing we learned from this, which Ms. Ruskin has shared, is, this was virtual, and that is difficult to do with younger children and when you're helping them with reading. And so her goal would be this next summer to do this in person. Next slide, please. Now I want to share a little bit about what happened at our middle schools. So we had 5 middle schools who provided that extended school year summer learning opportunities. And again, you can see there, we had 62 staff members who helped support that, and 316 students participated. And then 2 of our middle schools, they implemented intervention programs during the 4th quarter. So all of our middle schools had some interventions in place. Some did it in the summer, and then some did it during their 4th quarter. And that middle school also includes Aspen Valley Middle School. For example, 12 teachers taught an additional overload intervention class during the 4th quarter. 81 students participated in one of those additional intervention classes. Next slide, please. And here you can just see the variety of programming that was offered. There really was a focus on math and ELA. And at one of our middle schools, they did a fun project-based learning with an Olympic theme. We know the Olympics happening during the summer. Another middle school, really, they reached out to their feeder elementary schools and invited those 6th graders to come in. And then they also provided some PE or industrial tech classes. Another one of our middle schools did Summer Connections, where they reviewed those standards from the previous year, but then they did a jump start with looking at a preview for those next grade level. They did some virtual tutoring, and then another one of our middle schools did some summer clubs where they provided some social emotional support. And some things that we learned that our principals really liked this model of, and they appreciated the ability to be able to offer this to our students in an extended school year model, and being able to have our teachers do that, but have the funds to be able to support it. Next slide, please. Now, high school. So again, we had just a wide variety of programming that took place at our high schools. They really did focus on that credit recovery. They had some things in person, they had virtual, and they looked at academic support, social emotional support, looking at those core content areas that they know their students need for graduation credits. They used that Accelerate Online program. And then one of our high schools during the year had what they called Access Saturday and Access Wednesday. So students could come receive some extra support and gain again, just interventions so that they would be successful. And with our high schools, we had approximately 675 students participate, and this is a cool stat, is we had 1,158 credits were earned during that time. And I just have 2 snippets from 2 of our high school principals that I would like to read. So one of the principals comments, we had 57 students work with our 3 staff members from May 24th through June 18th. The students were either completing online courses or taking credit recovery courses with the assistance of these 3 staff members. Our students earned 125 credits during that 4-week extended school year, which proved to be a great success. We have many more students back on track for graduation, and we're able to get a few of our seniors who didn't have the credits to graduate in May, enough credits to now complete their high school career. I appreciate that we were able to access the ESSER funds to make this a reality for our students. And then a second high school principal said, we had 123 students finish extended school year in person. These students recovered 228 credits. Additionally, we had 97 students finish their online classes. These online students collectively gained 291 credits that they would not have gained without the extension. We hired 2 deans, a counselor, and 8 teachers to support the extended school year program. It was an incredibly positive experience for both students and staff. We look forward to an opportunity to do it again with ESSER funding next summer. Right, Becky? So next slide, please. So one thing I want to just end with, and I also want to talk about, we also had programs for students who are serviced through our special education. And we have an extended school year that we run through Parks and Rec, through our, for our significant support needs students, and then also some tutoring. So there were 92 students who participated in that. We did a Jump Start program for our students with disabilities, and 53 students participated in that. We had 24 in our preschool, which I already mentioned, and then we also provided mental health support for our students with disabilities, and 20 participated in that. So the grand total of everything is we had 3,802 students this summer who participated, and there's probably some overlap where we had some students doing both, but just 3,800 of our students multiple times maybe were able to receive support through interventions, through extended school year, through tutoring, and we just are so grateful and thankful for being able to do this and the people who made it happen. So with that, any questions?
Mr. Temby has a question.
Well, this is what I love about our district. I'm not sure our peers out there are doing the same thing. So great job, Learning Services, entire team, the faculty. But this is robust and important. Coming out of the pandemic, we're all worried about mastery and learning loss. And putting 3,800 kids through programs, whether to jumpstart them into next year or catch them up, is just tremendous. So great job to everybody.
Mr. Lundberg.
I'm going to ask you a question you might not be able to answer.
Okay.
Roughly what percentage of salaries could we use the ESSER funds for?
That might be a Miss Allen
That's a
question.
rough question, I know that, but ballpark-ish.
Mr. Lundberg, do you mean of just the summer school?
Yes, yes.
We were able, what we did is we covered the majority of it, which is what got the tuition rate so low, because of course that tuition goes to pay those salaries.
Right.
So it was important to Mr. Royer. He felt like having some nominal fee was more effective actually than it being
yes.
zero. So that's how we priced it out. So we were able to cover the majority of it through the ESSER funds.
Good, thank you.
Mr. LaValle.
Thank you, Ms. Reynolds. Thank you, Ms. Lang. My sense is tonight's brief, there's like two parts. The if you will, normal operations summer school, and then the second part is recovery from COVID. And you kind of answered my question. I was wondering about the second part. Do we plan on doing that next summer? My sense is that we do, and I'm just curious why. I mean, I think I know the answer. Am I correct? The sense is that we're not going to be able to make it all up this year. Is that sort of why?
Well, and I think our principals just saw the value in continuing that learning, and especially I think our high school students, we still are working on that credit recovery with them. And so, yes, and it's all about our students, and we want to make sure that they, even I think of the reading, why not continue their learning into the summer?
Yeah.
I don't know if Dr. Field, if you want to say anything else with that.
Well, I completely agree about the credit recovery piece for high school students. We still have a significant number of students, especially freshmen that are now sophomores, that need to get credit recovery for certain classes that are graduation requirements. And then, of course, our younger students that are learning to read absolutely need additional time.
Thank you. And so I assume the ESSER funds are still going to be available next summer.
Yes, so what we have planned is there's different ESSER, ESSER 1, ESSER 2, ESSER 3. So what you're seeing up here now is ESSER 2, and we've got some ESSER 2 funds already put aside for to help summer next year. And then we're already looking, in fact, we met today for ESSER 3 funds to fund this work all the way until the summer of 2024, so that we will use funds that summer, and then that September of 2024, we have to have all of the spending done. So we're trying to take some of these programs that have been a smashing success and extend them out as far as our dollars will take us with ESSER.
Very good, thank you. What sort of lessons, obviously the first part we've been doing and doing well. The second part is new this year. We kind of didn't really do a whole lot last summer. Without getting too specific, generically, what sort of lessons did we learn? What things did we do well? What things do we need to work on?
So like I mentioned, Ms. Ruskin commented on the summer reading clinic that we had done virtually. She would really like to move to make that in person. And then, you know, this year it was maybe more last minute, but just we didn't know what life was going to be like. So now we can plan this well in advance. So that's another lesson learned is, you know, being able to prepare our staff and say, okay, we've got this summer opportunity, you know, and be able to maybe do some more planning that way.
Thank you.
Anybody else?
They asked all
Mrs.
my
Klein?
questions.
Yes, understood. So thank you for a great report. And I just have one question. And again, it might be, you might not have that data, but did teachers speak to the growth of students over the time? So elementary, middle, or high, now I'm speaking intervention programs, not necessarily credits. What did they say about that? Did they see growth?
You know, right now we have that NWEA data that we will be looking at, and definitely our elementary principals are wanting to look to see which students participated and where they were maybe in the spring, and then where they will be this fall.
It'd be a great data point.
Yes.
Yeah, that'll be good. It'll be interesting. And that might inform some of the work that's happening next summer too. So
yes, and what programming we want to use.
Absolutely. Thank you. This is amazing. And will you give our thanks to Mr. Royer too for a great job?
Yes.
He does good work.
Yes.
As do the entire members. The
whole
all
learning
the team,
services team.
The whole darn team is darn good.
Yes.
So, all right. Thank you, Ms. Lang.
Mr. Reynolds, if I could just make one comment
I'm
before
sorry,
I leave.
sure.
Just thank the staff because last year was a tough year. This year's a tough year, but there was a lot of staff members. Yes, there was some compensation for it, but sometimes compensation doesn't make up for time. And they committed the time to spend either through June or coming back early this fall, and it wouldn't have happened without them. So thanks goes out to everyone, but it wouldn't have happened without those teachers and staff members that quote unquote volunteered to stay longer. So,
and I was going to ask that question, and I appreciate that, but I'm afraid you answered it, and I'm going to look like I wasn't listening. But you said 124 staff members help with interventions, but I'm thinking as I was reading through this, we're talking about almost 200 individuals helping throughout the summer with, that's a lot. That's amazing. So thank you again. Yeah, indeed. Thank you. All right, we're on to the report that we always love to get. Not that we don't love all the others, but the 2021 Residential Development Analysis Report. Mr. Gregory.
Mr. Smith, please. Mr. Don Smith.
Thank you, President Reynolds, Mr. Gregory. Pleasure to be back with you again to bring you an annual update as far as residential development in the district. And we also like to spend a little bit of time talking about the commercial things that are happening at the district as well, because we realize that they drive the assessed value in the district about 4 times greater than residential properties. So down the road, if we have to look at a bond issue or an override or whatever it would happen to be, you're going to have a broader tax base on which to spread that particular asking. But we thought it would be kind of a quiet year with the economy in the shape it was in, and I can tell you it's not in the building industry. Things are going completely wild. We could go to the first slide, please, or the next slide. The commercial development along Interquest and also along Northgate and over on the east side of Powers continues to be extremely strong. And most of you get out in those areas at some point in time during the day, and you can see the traffic and so forth that's picked up in those areas. But this is going to attract some new residents to the district because of all the services available. It also brings a lot of jobs to the district. And Mr. Tembley would remind me, it would also flip it the other way, that all these rooftops that we're seeing out here in these new housing areas is also bringing these commercial ventures to our area. Next slide, please. Probably the biggest announcement and the most important, that as far as I was concerned, that I saw come through this last year was when Penrose Hospital said, let's buy that big corner of ground that they're going to build all those apartments on the southeast corner of I-25 and Interquest, and let's build a hospital. So that is where they are building the St. Clair Hospital. They're actually have broken ground over there. You see a rendering in the upper right. And on the left lower bottom, the first thing that happened as soon as St. Clair or Penrose said they were going to build a new hospital, across the street, land was sold immediately for a huge medical office complex. So, and there's another one coming on the northwest corner of Interquest and Voyager as well. So as the hospital comes, so come the providers as well. Next slide, please. And Credit Union, we've been watching this project go for a couple of years. It's finally all done, and they've moved into that facility. Great looking facility. Next one is Shield Sports. If you haven't been in Shield Sports, you must have been, because you can't even get close to the parking lot when you drive by. I have not been in, but evidently it's quite an attraction. Let's go to Victory Ridge, the next slide.
And it employs most of Pine Creek's upper class.
That's good. That's good. Victory Ridge, this is the project over on the southeast corner of Interquest and Voyager. And all of you are familiar with the In-N-Out Burger. And of course, they have their headquarters there now in the patty processing plant. Slim Chickens jumped in to join them, and so did Panda Express and others to be expected soon, I'm sure. The office complex building has been completed. That sat as a shell for many, many years on that corner. It was a real eyesore. We're going to get another 204 townhomes to the south of the theater, all that ground that's being dug up right now. We'll also have 474 apartments in that area, and also a new hotel. And the building right as the drive, I think it's Federal Drive, as you go in now, that's being constructed right on the corner. There's a gas station and car wash. But the area where the townhomes are being built and the apartment complex, that was part of, remember the swap of land they were going to do? This is going to be the park site for the master park that was going over behind Kettle Creek. And they were going to swap land, and that never worked out. So the park is back to the north of the Kettle Creek development. Not sure how quickly that will move forward. Next slide, please. As you drive the interstate, I'm sure you've all noticed all the things been going on there at that Northgate interchange. Probably the best thing that's happening there is they've improved the off-ramp northbound when you want to get off at Academy or at Northgate Boulevard. This is to serve the Polaris Point development, and also, you know, it'll stop at Voyager at this point in time, but this is going to be the direct connection to Powers, as Powers goes down through Flying Horse and hits over on 83. Moving along quickly, I didn't realize there's going to be that much dirt work involved in that project, but it's been considerable. Next slide, please. In Polaris Point, remember this started out, it was going to be a large commercial shopping or a residential shopping center. Looking at big name stores, they had Vision, Saks Fifth Avenue, and some of the others. And of course, that's what the parent group always wanted me to tell them when I came, is when are they going to be here? Well, they aren't coming so far. We do have, however.
If I remember correctly, Mr. Smith, years ago, it was presented as a smaller version of Park Meadows, kind of a place, which.
That is correct.
Obviously, it's a little bit different than.
And it was
Park
also,
Meadows.
if you remember, it was blighted land. So it became part of an urban renewal district. However, Polaris Point is there, and I guess it's a big hit. The golfing venue. It's about a 53,000 square foot building, several layers of places where you can drive golf balls and things. So they're completed and are open, I believe. Air City Trampoline is now open in that area. We also have coming to that area what is called iFly, which is an indoor skydiving facility. And this is being developed by a couple of Air Force folks. Went to the academy, and I guess they're in the local area. I've never understood wanting to fantasize jumping out of a perfectly good airplane, but that's what you can do in this facility. Okay. Also in Polaris Point, there's 301 apartments coming on the south end. You can see the elevator structures and the cranes down there working. There'll be another 240 units right south of Neaters, between Neaters Bakery and Bass Pro. There'll be more apartments coming in that area. Next slide, please. Air Force Academy, and this is a little better rendering the one we've had last year. Remember, they had the mountains on the wrong side. This kind of clarifies things. The roof is still the same. It's got the wing structure to the roof. But the United States Air Force, the Visitors Academy or Visitors Center, about an $85 million project. There's, in addition to the Visitors Center on the west side of the interstate at Northgate, will be 2 hotels. There's 6 acres of commercial and retail property, another 9 acres for office space, and that leaves them with an additional 19 acres for future development. So that's going to be a major undertaking on that corner. Next slide, please. Of course, Flying Horse Golf Course, the north course is now open. A lot of homes being built in that area, and if you haven't been out and driven through it, there are some monster houses being built in that golf area. Next slide, please. This is a new development that's coming. It's called Downtown Flying Horse. Okay, it's on the northwest corner of Powers Boulevard and Interquest Parkway. There will be a hotel of up to 250 rooms and up to 1,800 residential units, a mix of apartments, townhomes, and condominiums. So it's a mix of both commercial and residential property. About 800,000 square feet of office space and another 90 to 300,000 square feet of commercial space. So the talk that we don't have the money to build Powers from 83 across to Voyager, apparently someone knows something, because they wouldn't be putting that kind of money into a development of this scope on that corner if they didn't anticipate that Powers was going to be completed at some point. That's right at where Powers ends now at 83. So if you went across, Powers would continue straight across. It would be over on the northwest corner of that intersection. Next slide, please, and that'll show the location a little better. It's right down at the very tip of the Flying Horse project itself, and it's right where Powers dead ends now at Interquest or Highway 83. Next slide, please. Ant is continuing to build in the district. They're building a new credit union facility at Briargate and Continental Heights over on the east side of Powers. Next slide. They got another new medical building is going to be squeezed in behind the ones that are already there on the northeast corner of Chapel Hills and Research. There's a come and go on the corner, and then there's several office or medical buildings there now. They're going to put another medical building in there. The next one, please. What happens when your retail sales don't go well? They knock you down. So the Sears store is going to be gone, and it's going to be called Outlook at Briargate. 300 units, and they are over there now. They have construction fencing set up and back over there ready to start taking that facility down. Next slide, please. That's what will take the place of the Sears store. And you see to the right, up there in the upper right-hand corner of the picture, that's kind of the wall at the end of the mall as it will exist once they get the Sears store removed. Next one, next slide, please. For those of you who live out on the east side of the district, over in the Wolf Ranch area, Liberty High School area, you realize the nightmare that's taking place at Research and Powers. And this is a much needed overpass. Hopefully, this should have been done a year ago, but it just kind of got delayed in the planning process. And I think the scope picked up a little bit, but I keep getting updates every day about lane closures and what have you. And between this and what we're also going to have going on down on Black Forest Road, it's kind of a nightmare for transportation, you know, trying to get through all the traffic in that area. The next one is on Black Forest Road. They're finalizing, next slide, please. They're finalizing that project right now. We've been involved with them trying to determine right away and some permitted easements that they'd like from the district. And of course, our concern is protecting our in and outs to that potential school site, which is on the left side there for the out east of Legacy Peak. But they want to improve the road right now from Woodman Road up to Research as far as they go. And eventually they'll continue on up to the forest. Okay, let's get into the residential. Next slide, please. And we can go to the next one, please. I guess the question is, can this residential boom continue? It's kind of a hard question to answer. Lumber costs, if those of you who are in construction or having some remodeling done, have skyrocketed this past summer. They went up 4 and 5 times what they were a year ago. However, the interest rates have remained at historical lows. It just buy a house on a 30-year loan for 3% is pretty interesting. When I moved to Colorado Springs many years ago, it was 13%. And you had to pay a point penalty to get the 13%. So at 3%, I can see why a lot of folks that have an opportunity to move up are building a new home in the area. The other question is, we look at the residential, what's going to happen with all the students who disappeared last year? Will they ever come back in full force? You know, we lost over 800. We got part of them back, but we still have a significant number out there. Several of the established developments in the district are getting close to build out. And that means that we'll see a little tapering off as far as single family residential. The major growth areas, you see below there, Sterling Ranch, Retreat at Timber Ridge, Kettle Ridge North, and we'll go through all these as we page through the document. So if we look at building permit activity, to give you an idea, next slide please, of what's been going on. The chart on the left shows you the total building permits for residential properties from 2004 to 2020. See, we had that huge dip back there in 8, 9, and 10, and all of a sudden we swung way back up again. And this includes all types of residential units. On the right side, you see them broken out by single family and townhome and so forth. This was through June for each of those years. And I would tell you that I looked at some August numbers this evening, and through the end of August, they've just for single family homes now in El Paso County, 3,568 permits. That exceeds the whole total that they did in 16, 17, and 19. And we're on pace to probably have one of the biggest years ever as far as residential construction. Just to give you an idea of some of the things that are out there and going on. And I think that'll help you understand too when we start talking about how some of these areas that we've been working with for years and years and years are starting to close out. The next slide, please. And you'll note from the projections in the blue line is single family housing or single family units. And you see it starting to taper off. That's not because they've lost interest in the district. That's because the major developments are beginning to become built out, and you're going to see this taper down a little bit. You could see a huge swing depending upon what happens out at Sterling Ranch. If it would really take off, they've had difficulty just getting going and trying to get some of the major construction, the infrastructure done. But in talking with them last week, it appears now going to go in and team up with Classic Homes. And of course, that brings a lot of power to the table and probably move forward a lot quicker. Next slide, please. These are the ones that are really approaching build out. Not only the farm and North Fork and Cordera, which are all part of La Plata, who we've worked with for years, but also they had all of Briargate. So when you think of the entirety of the Briargate area, plus the farm, plus North Fork, plus Cordera, we've actually reached final agreement with them. They made their last cash payment to the district the 31st of July for all the residential property in that area. And they owe us one school site. And that's the 15 acres over on Voyager. And the original Flying Horse, well, I can show you, like the farm had 228 home sites available the first of the year. So there's probably very few left over there now, because I drove through one day and there must have been 50 or 60 under construction at the same time. There was 379 at Cordera, 175 in North Fork, and Flying Horse had 427 left in the original Flying Horse. And we have an old agreement with them, dates back to I think 2006 is when we made the agreement with them. That included the Discovery Canyon campus project. They'll have about 900 units of credit under the city code of what they have to give to dedicate to the school district left out of the original Flying Horse. They'll transfer for those credits to downtown Flying Horse, and anything beyond 900 units in there, they'll owe fees to the district. The major areas, next slide, please. Major areas of future development, of course, Wolf Ranch got a long ways to go. They still got over 2,800 single-family home sites out there to be developed. There's some single-family attached, and there is some multi-family land that was designated in the original master plan that may never get to that because they're being driven by so many other products, and I'm not sure that that's one that'll ever take place. That Highway 83 in Shoup, I mention that every year, and the reason I do, it's not in the country anymore, okay? When you look at the farm, or at North Fork rather, you look at North Fork and the Kettle Creek project that they want to build directly behind there, all of a sudden, all that separates those developments is the creek. And once the utilities are that close, it makes it a lot easier to develop a piece of ground. It's a whole lot cheaper when you have utilities going past your front door. Over in the Coomer Vista area, that's over on Woodman and Powers across from St. Francis Hospital. A lot of multifamily coming in there and more to come. And I mentioned downtown Flying Horse. Next slide, please. Sterling Ranch, we've talked about this one before. This is out off of Volmer Road, north of Woodman. Remember, our district follows Woodman Road to Black Forest, and it jumps up a mile, and then across, and then back up and over and up. And that's why half of Sterling Ranch is in our school district. In our half, they have 2,000 homes left to build, single family. Just north of those this summer, Classic started a project known as the Retreat at Timber Ridge, which is going to bring another couple hundred single family homes out in that area. Next slide, please. This one's become kind of a controversial project as far as Kettle Creek North. This has gone to City Council. It has not been approved. Probably will eventually get approved as soon as they can come up with a second access. It's one of those issues where Thunder Mountain is the only way in and out. And of course, we have one street to the east of that. Can't think of the name quick like, but in case of an emergency up in that area, there's concern that they have no access out to Powers, and the county is really tough about trying to get access to Howells Road. We found that out when we built the school, that we couldn't even have our playground touch the boundary of Howells School. You'll notice there's the guy that owns the home on the corner just southeast of the school. His lot goes up and around behind to the east of the school site. So there's a buffer between the road and the school site. So that's some of the things that are going on as far as residential construction. Let's talk about some projections on the next slide, please. We collected data from January through May from the developers of what they actually completed last year and what do you anticipate completing over the next 5 years. And we'll look at that in a number of different ways. I went back and looked at the historical back to 2006. That's when I first started keeping all the documents of what was happening as far as residential construction in the district. So if we go to the next slide, please. Just some quick facts. When you look at what they said last year, in that top set of numbers, they told us they were going to build 978 single family units in 19. They actually built almost 1,100. So you can see the swing coming. When you look down below at the numbers, I gave you the 2020 projections in red. Then I jumped over in the next column, just start with single family homes, as far as the projections that they got for 2021. And you can see, even though the pace of construction this year, they're expecting it to accelerate a little bit more yet next year. And they've been pretty consistent. As I've told you in the past, they're only over 90% accurate on their projections as far as what they anticipate to build and what they actually build. Next slide, please. This goes tiny numbers, so don't worry about all the numbers. We'll talk about the important parts of that. This just goes back and looks at the growth by elementary, middle, high school every year from 2006 through 2020. And I actually discarded 2020 because we lost so many children because of COVID. So if we look at 2006 to 2019, what this would tell us, we actually gained 5,743 students in that time frame. And it splits them out for you by elementary, middle, and high school. My projections on the right side, we said we were going to get about 3,000 elementary school kids. Wow, what happened? We only got 2,300. Well, I haven't been able to figure out, and I haven't gotten any good answers of why In 2014, we lost 158 elementary kids. And in 2019, we lost 321 elementary kids. Now, whether 5 years before that, there was a dip in the birth rate or something out there that affected it, I'm not sure. But if you take those away, we were within about 200 kids over that period of time in the elementary school, as far as our projections. And you can see the middle school, a couple hundred off, and the high school, we're actually under just a few. So we're in the ballpark. It's giving us a guide to use as we move forward as far as facilities that we're going to need. Next slide. What I did is took that information as far as the 5,743 kids we got. Let's see what we're really getting for a yield, actual yield over that period of time. So if they had 15,582 units were built. This is a combination of single family, multifamily, and single family attached, okay? So if we take that number, we'd say, okay, that of all those 15,000 units, we're only getting 0.369 children out of that particular mix, okay? Over that period of time. However, if you compare that to what we've used in our demography study of 1.049, considerable difference. So how does it relate to that? What do we have to do to make that adjustment? Well, it relates to it. If you divide the 3.69 divided by the 1.049, you get a factor of 0.352. Then I went back and took my chart of what we're getting now in the current year over on the left side of that slide, the black print up above. You multiply the 3.52 times each of those factors, you see the new factor on the right side. So left side, elementary said we're getting from single family 0.293, and you go down 0.99 single family attached, 0.98 multifamily, you're getting about 0.49 kids per single family home across all of those particular levels. Okay, so on the right side, you can see I just totaled it up to make sure I was coming back to where I started from at the 0.0369, and that tells me what I can use as a factor to move forward in making the projection. Projection is down below, and based on the number of single family homes, single family attached, multifamily, they're telling me they're going to build. My estimate is we'll have about 1,362 new students over the next 5 years. Let's see how that bears out. Next slide, please. We'll take a look and see how that compares to some of the other projections. This slide, what I did is took, instead of breaking it down by high school attendance area as I have in the past, I said, let's just look at the west side, because that's kind of a separate issue from the east side, because the west side is pretty well built out and very little growth in that area. So if we get those 1,500 new kids over the next 5 years, how is it going to affect our boundaries and so forth? Well, if you look at the elementary, middle school, high school on the west side, we like to talk about elementaries having a 90% capacity. And why do we use 90%? Is because not every classroom is used for regular instruction every period. They have other things that are going on in the school as well. So we hope we can have 90% of the classrooms used every period for instruction. At the secondary level, because of keeping teachers from having to move about and so forth and share classrooms, we try to keep that at 85%. So if we look at the capacity and look down there on the 90 and 85%, on the west side, we're going to have some seats available, 504. And at the middle and high school, we have about 160 seats available. Down below, you can see east side, we have quite a few elementary seats available. And you say, well, how in the world have we got that many extra seats on the east side of the school district? Well, one reason is we have a significant number of modulars. And not all those modulars are used for regular instruction. They may be used for special programs. They may be used for some parent things. They may be used for storage. But those are classrooms that are available if you had to use them. But truly, a lot of it is in modular space. I can tell you that on the east side of the district, just in the elementary schools, we have 30 modulars on the east side of the district. But anyway, that's how we arrive at what do we look like as far as how many new students we're going to get? What's that capacity? And are we going to need new seats or not? If we go to the next example, this is our demographer's 5-year projection. And you can see that even with his projection on West Side, we'll have about 606 seats available. High school, pretty much the same, 209, and or the middle school and the high school, 166. And then down below, you see the elementary and things again. And of course, the high school, you can see they're at 83.7%. We try to get them to about 85% if we can. Next slide, please. This is out of your adopted budget using the projected enrollments from the adopted budget. And it goes through the same process to show you what seats may be available. And you can see we still have an excess on the west side. We've got some elementary on the east side, but it's getting smaller. And you can see the middle school and the high school. In the high school, you see a negative number. That means at that point, if we reach that projection, we're in need of a few seats. But keep in mind now, 373 seats spread across 5 regular high schools, Aspen Valley, your online high school, the whole works. This includes all of those seats. So at 89.8%, you are not very far away from your 85. So you would still be comfortable at that percentage. You'd have some, what's it mean? Probably have some teachers that are doubling up on classrooms. It isn't sitting empty, you know, when the teacher's not in there. They'll have to use them. And one of the questions I got was how long would it take, you know, if we had to gear up to build a high school? And so I looked at a quick schedule of what might take place if that were to happen. But first of all, you got to start with the program. So learning services and their folks will be looking at what are they going to really, what's the program going to be in this high school? We got a lot of different things going on in the district. Is this going to be similar to some of those or something totally new? Superintendent board got a big conversation because it would be about an election question. So I anticipate those two pieces going about the same time, take about a year.
Hey, Mr. Smith, it looks like Mr. LaValle has a question about this, and I want to get the timing right.
Yep.
Okay.
Go ahead. Sir, go ahead and finish what you're talking about, though, because I'm interested in that. And then I have a question about this when you're done.
Oh, okay. We'll stay right there. Then as far, once you get, you know, we're going to be on the ballot, we're going to have a bond question. Then the actual elections and the preliminary building planning is going to take about a year to get ready. And final plans for the building, a year to year and a half, get the final plans done. Construction, 2 years if it goes good, 2.5. And if we get into some monster shortages of steel and so forth, like we've experienced here in the past, it could be a little longer. So you're looking at 5 to 6 years. And I just share that with you as that's kind of a planning timeline. I don't see that need over the next 5 years. I think you're in good shape. Mr. Question.
Yeah, thank you. By the way, thank you for all this research. You do a great job, and I so appreciate all the work. A quick question. The previous slide was the demographer's estimates, I think. That's you, right?
No.
Yeah, who is the demographer? Because I always thought it was you.
No, we have a demographer that works on the boundary and all those other issues as far as related to attendance. That's from California, I believe. And he gives us an annual report as far as what his projection is for 5 years, that he also is able to look at boundary issues within the district.
Okay, and his estimates were way higher than what you what you see.
A little bit higher, not a whole lot.
I thought it was like 0.36 or whatever.
I gotta go back. Look, can we go back one slide? And forward one. Okay, there's the demographer's 5-year projection. And you can see that he's showing us with a few seats available. If you want to look at the east side where the concentration of growth is.
Yeah.
He shows us with some high school seats available. And then when you compare that to our budget, what we're kind of trying to figure out what's going to happen in 5 years, we're short a few seats. So he's pretty conservative too of what he thinks is going to happen over the next 5 years.
And our budget, is that based on your numbers?
Your adopted budget numbers.
Yeah, no, I understand that. Where do we get our adopted budget numbers from?
Becky makes projections along with work with assistance from the demographer.
Okay. I'm just trying to figure out how,
Yeah.
and where do you fit in with your numbers?
I look at what they've done, and I also I take the piece of what have we actually done in construction in the district, where is it at, and that's how I approach it.
Yeah.
The demographer has a whole different approach. He looks at birth rates 5 years ago, how many kids are transitioning in and out from year to year, and a whole boatload of other factors that I do not look at.
Mr.
I look
LaValle,
at the
I would,
residential piece.
oh, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Maybe an analogy is a 50 or 60,000 foot view versus from outside of the state, just looking at data versus Mr. Smith's of maybe a 20 or 10,000 foot view.
That's a great analogy, by
because
the way.
they don't, Don works, Mr. Smith, sorry, works directly with, he has a relationship with developers. When Don calls a developer, they generally respond fairly quickly because they also know how he uses this data. A demographer it's a large company that has they have GIS systems. Mr. Smith doesn't have a GIS system that he can tap into. But that would be my analogy. It's just a perspective of how far you are.
Yeah, I guess where
how
I'm going
detailed
with this is your numbers are usually, I think, better, but yeah, that's my sense, and I know it is hard. Like who knew with 2009, 2010, right? I mean, nobody could anticipate that, but anyways, okay, thank you.
And it's how quickly can we gain them back. Okay, we can move on. Next slide. Forward a couple here. Next slide. And the next slide. We do have some school sites that are reserved. We do own the site over in Cumbre Vista. As I mentioned in the past, this is a little over 5 acres, has a park adjacent to it, and we have an easement across that park. So if we would ever have to build a school in that area, we would have exclusive rights to use of the park during any school time. So we are well set over there. The next slide, please. We have the site in the farm. This is a little over 15 acres. This was looked at as an elementary site, but as we looked at that, Mr. Gregory said, man, if we ever need anything else as an extra program like at Legacy Peak in the future, we got some extra room over there. Still a little backfill and dirt filling going on over there, but we finalized everything else with La Plata. They're done in the district as far as what they owe us, other than the dirt fill down in that detention pond and also the compaction report, so that we know that we've got a site ready to build on. Next slide, please. This is out in Sterling Ranch. You've seen this similar map before. Over on the left side, you'll see a red arrow going into a kind of a grayish colored box. That's a proposed school site in Sterling Ranch. We have that site, which is looked at as a pre-K5. And if you go on up the street a ways on what's, I think, Sterling Ranch Boulevard, there's another light colored area, kind of grayish blue area just above the dark blue. That's a pre-K8 site proposed. Okay. What we came across is about a week and a half, 2 weeks ago, I got a notice from the county that they were ready to finalize the development and get the final plat approved for phase 2 at Sterling Ranch. This school site, number one, the pre-K5 was in this particular phase that they were asking for the final plat. What jumped out was there's a major gas line goes right through the middle of this site. Back in 2010, we had an agreement with the developer and his engineers that gas line would be moved. Well, they found out now that the CSU says, number one, you're not going to move it. And number two, if you did move, it's going to cost you over $1 million. So needless to say, that's not an acceptable site. So what we agreed with the folks at Sterling Ranch was we would look at the site basically across the street to the south, that blue portion, and also across the street to the east, that green box. Now you see a black line going through that green box. That's not a gas line, thank goodness. That's just a trail. So that could easily be adjusted to the east. We want to stay down as far as we can into this southwest corner, because if we have to start moving up the hill, we're going to get too close to that other site. So within the next couple of weeks, I would anticipate we'll get some answer back from Mr. Morley and the rest of the folks out there after they've had a chance to talk with their engineers and things, and we'll be looking at that site and trying to firm up the actual site in Sterling Ranch. And this is, of course, going to be one of the high growth areas, but I was sharing earlier with someone, I forgot, that when we were talking with them, they had big signs out there that started years ago from the 300s. They sold a house in Sterling Ranch about a week or 10 days ago for $800,000. Okay, from the 300s, all right, mostly from the 300s, but he said there's been a number of $600,000 homes. So it's kind of like when I asked the Briargate folks, you know, over here above the golf course, old Briargate up here off of Briargate Parkway, do you ever envision $1 million homes in that area? And he said, absolutely not. Not in our wildest dream. Next slide, please.
And I think, Mr. Smith, part of this too, going way back, was in some of the projections was the density is an important part of when Don projects out, right? How densely packed are these houses going to be? And this was an area that was high density, and way back then, lower costs comparatively in the rest of District 20, a lower cost, which at that time our assumption was, and I'm going back, I don't know how many years now, but generally speaking, lower cost housing, by any means, this is not low cost housing, right? Just lower compared to the rest of the district, produce different kinds of kids, meaning age. Elementary, generally more of a starter home type. You get more possibly younger kids or even more kids as far as the yield goes. That may now be changing when, you know, the cost of these homes are not in that $300,000 range anymore, and they're 2 or 3 times that. I think the density is still the same, but the cost has gone.
And that certainly will drive the age of the families moving in as we go forward. But we want to make sure that let's keep these sites reserved within those plats just to make sure, so we have a chance to monitor what happens down the road. The next slide, this slide just shows, this is the site that was out there now. Like all of our sites, got a pretty nice mountain view there to the west, homes to the north. We'll be looking across the street possibly. Next slide, please. This is the Wolf Ranch, and this was the agreed master plan change that we agreed to last year. And that was the purple area down in the southeast corner of that, or the right-hand side of that slide. That's, of course, Legacy Peak, and that's the area that we have reserved next to that for middle school and a high school in the future if they are needed. The other purple box is about straight up from there, up on Briargate Parkway, and that's the pre-K 5 site. And when you look at Sterling Ranch, Wolf Ranch together, it could end up that maybe that number 3 site over there in Wolf Ranch gets developed, and over in Sterling Ranch, maybe you get a middle school developed. You know, there can be a lot, at least you've got flexibility. With that area of huge growth out there, you've got the middle school and high school next to Legacy Peak. You've got a 3rd elementary school site in that area, and then you've got the 2 sites immediately east of there. So you've got a lot of flexibility. Next slide, please. This is the one I was talking about, Highway 83 and Shoot. This is an old master plan. And out in that area, they had a pre-K 8 and a pre-K 5 site because there's about 1,750 single family are envisioned in that area. Next slide, please. Okay, with all of that, where I think you're at, I think you're fine over the next 5 years. I think you have plenty of seats available to address the student growth during that time period, unless we see some significant changes. And of course, as we continuously monitor this year to year to year, you will have chances to adjust as you move forward. With that, if there are any questions, I'd be happy to address them.
Mrs. Cloninger?
Yes.
I don't know if you addressed this already, but what is the situation with that piece that's running from Union onto the Milam? You know, that weird little, what's come of that? Because it still looks like a problem, right?
It's still, I'm not sure what exactly the problem is there. I know that it started out with Bradley Ranch or Sorrento, the little piece up there along just be south of where
we did our, we used to pick up
Old
trash.
Ranch Road would go straight through over to Black Forest.
Yeah.
Okay. Just to the east and south of that intersection there with Milam, that was called Bradley Ranch or Sorrento, was that development. Okay. Who's the big dog next to them, to the south? Well, that's Cordero and La Plata. Cordero and La Plata said, we're not going to bring utilities up Union Boulevard for you guys to utilize. So if you want utilities, you're going to have to go over by the high school and bring them in yourself. Finally, they got that piece resolved. My understanding is what's supposed to happen there is that's supposed to be a roundabout. Okay? Old Ranch going this way, Milam here, and Union south. So if you're coming out of the forest down Milam, you can shoot right down Union. That's the way it's supposed to end up. Now, when that will happen, I'm not sure. I would think that La Plata would like to see that finished soon because they're trying to move out of the area. I mean, they bought all kinds of ground on the south end of town now, starting a whole new development. So I'm sure they'd like to wrap that up, even though they built their brand new office building up here. So they will still be in our area as well.
The other question, and this is just random, but and I was just wondering this the other day as I was driving by that bank that is going up on the corner over by the village. And it almost seems stalled because the Chase Bank went up really fast and that one has stayed stalled. Is that because of price of, do you know what I'm talking about?
No, I'm not sure, but if it's a project that's...
Yeah, it's right where the Burger King was that came down on Academy.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry.
Not stalled. I think probably what the problem is there is, can we get the steel and things that we
That's
need?
what I was wondering, if it was stalled because of part of
Nothing else has come through planning to say that wasn't going to happen. So as far as I know, it will be there. Just going to take time to get it done.
Okay, that's what I was wondering.
Mr. Lundberg.
Don, you know, I've sat through a lot of your presentations. This is the biggest one yet. I got to tell you, this is shocking. Absolutely shocking.
You think it's the biggest or the longest? Maybe it's the time of night. I don't know. Okay. It is big. I know.
Could have been the longest too.
Yeah. There's a lot of work, a lot of information in there. Mr. Temby.
Don, it's getting late, but a quick question. I mean, these are stunning numbers. Looking at the number of single family in Sterling Ranch, that's just our portion.
Right.
So have you talked with anybody else, peers, about what are the ramifications of growth for D49? Because their numbers keep jumping.
Right. And they will have about an equal number of houses in Sterling Ranch that we have, because that boundary line goes pretty much right up the middle.
Yeah.
What started out was, it looked like we could have an invasion from across the boundary line, because if I can see the school, why do I want my kids to get on the bus and ride way down there to school? So they would cross the boundary line. Since that time, 49 has decided they have reserved an elementary school site in Sterling Ranch to the east of that boundary line. Okay. So we may still have some effect. It's hard to say, but not as much as we would have had if they had not, because when they first started, they said, we don't need it. We don't need a site in Sterling Ranch.
Well, that district has plenty of land to grow on too.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, when you go south, and some of these school districts are just going to get overrun.
Mr. LaValle.
Thanks, Mr. Reynolds. Yeah, this, again, thank you. This is a great briefing, and it's really important because this determines when we go to the voters and ask for money. And I think it's important we don't go to the voters for money until we need it. Exactly. We don't need it, so we aren't going to go to the voters for bond money. My comment, and correct me if I'm wrong, on slide 30. So for every 4 single-family homes that you see in our district, 4 single-family homes, that generates 1 child that we teach. That's amazing to me. People aren't having children in our country. I mean, our birth rate has dropped, but I think people need to understand that just kind of blows me away when you see all these houses going up and you see all these apartments. You think, oh my goodness, we're going to have to build a school a week. Yeah. But there's no kids in there.
Well, and then you got to take that piece and you got to look at this established area of the district and the west side of the district, which is really aging, and there aren't very many children there. We can see that in our enrollment on the west side.
That's another challenge. If we could just physically lift up a school and move it 10 miles east, it would be great.
Yes.
If you can figure out how to do that, let us know.
Well, you look at the challenges of these inner city schools, and Colorado Springs included, District 11, as the core gets older, it creates a real challenge because all the kids are on the outside. And do you bus them all, or is it cheaper to build a place to put them in?
Mr. LaValle, I just wanted to comment for a moment what you mentioned earlier and what Mr. Gregory mentioned about the 60,000-foot view and the 10,000-foot view. I think that is just one of the pieces that speaks to the excellence of Mr. Smith, because what a demographer in California might not see are some of these nuances of these differing yield rates. Because we know prices are going up and all of those pieces. I think that's what, he brings this level of expertise here locally to see these subtle changes and really factor them into his projections. So.
Indeed.
And a lot of it's working with the local developers. And you are the first group. If all goes well here, and I look forward, if you have any comments, you can send them to me, email them. My Dog and Pony Show starts the first week in October, and I'll have 5 or 6 with different stakeholder groups that week, and then DAC a little later on, and classified liaison group, I think, right after the first of the year. So if you have any comments you'd like me to make sure I include in here, just let me know.
Well, thank you very much. And
Thank you.
It's really helpful for us to get this information as we plan for it. So thank you. Thank you, Mr. Smith.
I'm gonna...
Oh, you're allowed to. Yes. Mr. Temby would like to take a break. No, I'm just kidding. We're not taking a break. We're going on to agenda item C, the strategic planning update. Mr. Gregory.
Yes, Dr. Smith, please.
All right, good evening. It's past 10 o'clock now. Yeah, and I was told to make sure to have some pep because the last board meeting someone said I needed to have more pep. Thanks, Cameron. So tonight is actually a night of celebration, I think, as we are at a point of really ending phase 1 of this process that has gone on now for, as I was thinking about this, is about a 2-year ordeal. Of course, taking that break in the middle for the pandemic, but at the point now of saying, yes, we have our vision framework in place, we have our objectives, we have tactics, we're now working on action steps. So we're going to walk through a few things that you've seen before and a couple of maybe brand new things, but mostly it's just a review of kind of the journey that we've taken to get to this point as we look at moving into the next phase. And moving forward from this presentation on, we'll start talking more specifically about objectives, the tactics and the action steps, and the progress that is being made with that. Also the metrics that we're going to be employing for each of those as well. Next slide, please. You've seen this slide before. This is the advocacy life cycle, and really it's about where we are right now and where we are in this process. Now that we have phase 1 kind of done, moving into phase 2 is awareness and knowledge. So we're sharing this pretty broadly. Ms. Cortez and her team are working feverishly to get this out as much as possible. And I have to say, I'm very proud that I'm hearing words like thrive and inspire in people's language. And so that's a sign that we're starting to get this part of our culture, part of our vernacular in our district. So we will be moving towards advocacy and building what we're calling an army of advocates for our mission moving forward. Next slide. So we just had this quote. Allison loves it, so I left it in. She loves any quote actually from Forbes, and so we have it there. But really this makes sense for us, and it's what I was just talking about, making our mission, vision, value statements ingrained in the culture, part of who we are. And when we're thinking about making major decisions, when we're thinking of resource allocations, that we're considering our mission, our vision, and our values. Next slide, please. So you've seen these before. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on them tonight, but just the mission, vision, and values. So next slide. This journey slide has developed over time, and I just want to really focus on the last few on the far right of the slide, which is defining tactics and action steps and the strategic plan rollout. So we are in the process of strategic plan rollout now. And Allison, would you mind chiming in a little bit about what you're doing from the communications side in just a second? But we have also assigned now leaders to each of our objectives, and those leaders are working to form teams now that make sense for their particular objectives, and then we'll be defining those action steps.
Thank you. So we spent the beginning of this school year really utilizing all of our stakeholder meetings to roll out the strategic plan and the new mission, vision, and values. And we really wanted to make sure internally that we slow rolled that to our people before we went external with that, before we went to our community. So lead team retreat, every single stakeholder meeting that we started off the year with. We're going to show this to the DEI committee that we worked with last year, so they will all see this work before it goes external. Now that we've almost finished doing that, the next step is, and actually we developed a little one-pager that we distributed to all of our internal folks, and they are in turn walking their teams through that same piece of information. We are now also developing sort of that, written, glossy, kind of advertising piece that is a strategic plan that most people think of as a printed piece. So we are creating that then we will roll this out to the community. So if you're a community leader, you'll get a beautiful letter from us that says we would like to make sure you know about our new strategic direction, our mission, vision, values. We're, happy to be a partner with you in this community. So that is the second phase of the rollout externally to the community. We continue to use our social media channels and our website. You can find all of the information there as well. And then once we get that plan out, the other thing that we're doing is we're ingraining that new mission, vision, values on all of our external brands, on all of those aesthetic pieces that you're used to seeing: business cards, letterhead, signage, environmental graphics around buildings, all of those things. You'll start to see, hear, feel our mission, vision, values, and pieces of the strategic plan all in those places.
Yep. All the templates that we're going to be using.
All the
internal
templates.
and external
We even have an
processes.
agenda template now that has the new mission, vision, values on it.
Right. And the glossy is what we call page one. Creative name for that. So next slide, please. So I just wanted to speak these in the room, just our values, and we have the aspirational statements that follow. I'll let you read those, but really proud of these values because I think it does really reflect who we are as a district and who we aspire to be. But we believe people are the heart of our success. And then the aspirational statement below it. Next slide, please. Our second of 3 value statements is we believe relationships matter. And remember, the aspirational statement is really about how we're going to do this, an accountability piece around our behavior, how we're going to enact this through our words and our actions. And next slide, please. We believe in quality education. Next slide, please. And our mission, never get tired of reading it. This is the why we exist. We educate and inspire students to thrive. And like I said, I'm so proud to hear when people quote the mission statement, because it is quotable, something that is living, or talking about inspiration or students or staff thriving. And so in many of the meetings that I'm leading, I think others are doing this as well. In the past, we would open with good things. Now we're kind of reframing it to say, what are some bits of evidence that demonstrate that our students are inspired, or that our students are thriving, or that our staff is inspired? So it's kind of a neat way to incorporate it into just the ongoing dialogue with our staff. Next slide, please. The big goal: we provide creative and personal learning opportunities accessible to all students, preparing them to thrive in an ever-changing world. We've experienced that ever-changing world for sure in the last year and a half. Next slide, please. So this is a visual that we're encouraging. At this point, it's been the lead team, but we'll be rolling it out to all staff and also community, that when you're interacting with our value statements, the mission statement, the vision statement, that you're thinking about, what does this mean for me as a person? What is the self? And what does it mean for my site, my school, my department, and then my community? How does this reflect, or how should it reflect or be enacted in my community? And then it goes back to self and the community and site, that you're constantly kind of reflecting on how are all of these different components living and being really ingrained in our culture. Next slide, please. So part of this process also, as you know, the strategic planning process began 2 years ago. The equity audit began mid-year last year, earlier last year, and ran throughout the course of the spring. And the idea was to look at all the data that we have in the district with a lens of equity, looking at student outcomes. Student outcomes meaning, what assessment data do we have that we can draw some conclusions around what students are performing really well, what students might need additional support, but always with the focus of all students performing at their absolute highest possible potential. Next slide, please. So we've used this kind of phrase to describe moving from audit to action. So it's not good enough for us just to simply audit and say, well, that's interesting to see. We have all this data that we've collected, we've drawn some conclusions, we've made some recommendations, and then it stops there. No, in fact, we want it to be actionable, and that's why we've folded in some of the recommendations from the equity audit into the strategic plan, and we'll talk about that just in the next slide here. So next slide. This is the framework you've seen before. The bottom row is really about the experiences that our different stakeholders have had. You'll see students, families, staff. We have collected information about that from really the Character and Climate Survey, played a huge role in that over the years. Our staff satisfaction survey as well. We looked at our Project Alert survey data, and really it's about any kind of piece of data that makes sense to fit into what is the experience that our students are having in the district, our families and our staff. The top row is a little bit different in that we're looking at resource allocation. How is that allocated across the district, and are there any areas of concern or question that we have? And access to opportunities as well. And then we talked a little bit about outcomes already, looking at student achievement data. Next slide, please. So you've seen this before, much like the strategic planning one, as we've added to it over time. We're really focusing on the recommendations developed and shared broadly. That has been done. We've posted the recommendations and the full plan onto the website, and also have used those recommendations in developing further out the strategic plan. And we'll be working with the task force next week to do a crosswalking exercise with the recommendations and the existing portion of the strategic plan. Next slide, please. This is just a picture of the moving from audit to action. You can find that on the website. In the middle is a picture of my daughter. She's the one in between the two on the side. I don't know how she got in there. Thank you, Allison. Next slide, please. So as you've seen before, we had 15 district recommendations. That's what we really focused on. There were 9 additional recommendations for ongoing learning for our district. But really, when we looked at the intersections with the recommendations from the equity audit and the strategic plan, we were looking at those 15. Next slide, please. So the strategic plan, how this all kind of comes together. Next slide. Talk about the mission, vision, values, and we haven't talked about anchors yet. Anchors are important here because we think of anchors really in terms of the outcomes, the ends. So if we do what we say we're going to do in the values, that we value relationships, that we believe in quality education, that people are at the heart of our organization, we do those things really well, then the anchors will be achieved. And the anchors you can see on page 1, I don't have it there, but the student, really it's about skills and knowledge and character, which you'll see that same language in our ends, and it's intentional to be that way. But the ends are the end result of the work that we'll be doing with the value statements and the mission and the vision. Next slide, please. So I've talked about the defining objectives. How do we get to this year's big goal? This year's big goal is about creating a culture of belonging. We do that through these 4 large, ambitious objectives. Equalize equity and resource allocation and distribution, defining culture of belonging, unpacking equity audit and use data to inform decisions. And really that one's about being more intentional about using existing data, the data that we pulled for both the strategic plan as well as the equity audit, to use that data in a more meaningful way moving forward in making decisions, and defining student voice. And like I said, we've assigned team leads to that, and we're beginning to form those teams right now. Next slide.
And that's page 2.
That's page 2.
Okay.
Right, yeah. And again, this year's rallying cry, or the big goal for this year, creating a culture of belonging for all students, staff, and our community of stakeholders. And I know that that was spoken about some tonight, and I hope that we can continue having the conversation about what our intent is behind that. Next slide. So what comes next? Quite a few things still. We've done a lot of work over the last 2 years to get us to this point. But we have identified the team leads, I've already said. We're going to reconvene with the DEI task force to do the crosswalk exercise with the strategic plan as well as the recommendation. Continuing that thoughtful rollout of the strategic plan, we want to be really careful not to just simply throw it out there or make signs and put them up all over buildings, but really to be thoughtful about rolling it out and building our army of advocates, as I said earlier, so that we have people championing the work that we're doing, not just reading the mission statement. Community engagement, we will be doing some of that throughout the course of this year. That will look like town hall meetings. It might look like meetings in schools and community buildings here at the EAC, and helping us to define what is the sense of belonging and what is student voice. Reviewing and revising tactics with each objective. That work is underway now. Defining action steps will occur once the teams have been formed. That will be happening very soon. And analyzing data from the 2-question survey that Allison sent out over the last couple of weeks. How many folks have we had respond, do you know at this point?
Yes, so we actually had nearly 5,000 responses, which was really, really good for us. So, and of the staff teachers, we got up to around 25% or 30% of staff responded to that.
Excellent. So we'll start the work of analyzing the 5,000 responses. I'm glad we only had 2 questions. I was smart. So we'll do that moving forward and thinking of how we can use that data in our planning moving forward. And then, of course, we'll be providing frequent updates to the Board of Education as well as to all the stakeholder members or groups as we have been doing over time. Next slide. That's all I have. What questions do you have for me?
Mr. LaValle.
Thank you, Dr. Smith. Could you go to slide 14?
I just want you to know that on my paper here, it says return to slide 14. Sorry. So go ahead, Mr. LaValle. I'll see if your question's the same.
Okay, that's funny. I know we've talked about this before. I'm just struggling. The upper left corner, can you please explain to me what you mean by equity and student outcomes?
Yep. So really in the equity audit, and remember the audit is about looking at all existing data that we have and looking at the data, we're looking at trends over time. Do we see any differences in performance of students who are white versus black? Do we see any differences in performance of students on IEPs over time compared to those who aren't on IEPs? Where do we see those differences specifically? So we're looking at any kind of learning or achievement gap that we'll see over time. And if we see a gap, the question is, why does the gap exist? And once we kind of get some ideas of why does it exist, the next question is, what can we do to address the gap that exists? So it really is about analyzing existing assessment data. And we've looked at a variety of data points here, state assessment, local assessment, to analyze where we see students performing well and not well. The goal ultimately, though, is that all students will be challenged appropriately so that they're continuing to grow at the highest possible level. It's not about bringing anybody down, but it's about bringing everybody at the highest possible level.
I know. But when I read this, the average person who reads this goes, that means everybody has the same outcome. And I've never liked that verbiage. Oh, I know, that's how I read it when I see equity and student outcomes. I guess we want everybody, what you said, we want every child to achieve their absolute best potential. We know the outcomes aren't going to be the same because some kids are in AP courses and some kids aren't.
Absolutely.
Some kids are in IB and some kids aren't.
Right.
We were never going to have equity student outcomes is the way I read that. I just struggle with that.
Mr. LaValle, if I may add just something to that. We're seeing it on this slide, but I would argue that it's almost 20 years old, formally 20 years old, because that's a requirement in the original No Child Left Behind. It wasn't necessarily phrased this way, but a portion of No Child Left Behind was recognizing and addressing what we've talked about for years, right? The differences, the gap, if you will, between all the subgroups in our district, in both from an achievement standpoint and growth standpoint. And achievement is important, but I would argue for some students, growth might be more important than achievement. So I would just say that I see this as maybe in our current view is asking more intentional questions, maybe deeper questions as to why that may be. And then if we can find answers to, I guess we might call it, Dr. Field might call it root causes, And then the next step is, what can we do? Is there something we can do about it?
Yeah.
Another example I would give is, students in, I'll call them upper level, for lack of a better term, or honors, AP type courses. Do all students know about it? Do they know that's an opportunity for them? Do they know how to access that opportunity? And are we doing something way down the line, second, third, fourth, whatever grade, that is hindering the progress of some students to make it to that point? Or are we predetermining that? And those are all questions, right? I don't have answers to them, but those are the just a couple things off the top of my head. But I think what's most important, because I've heard the community get a little interested in this and what it really means, and I would just say it's kind of being more intentional. And I don't know if that's fair. I don't mean to demean anything that's happened in the district in the past, but being very intentional about how we get at those achievement gaps and try to address those, because those are outcomes.
Yeah. I would just say the framework really is, thanks, Tom, Mr. Gregory. The framework really is about providing buckets where we have the different data that we sorted out. And it's just one of the buckets that we used.
I just wanted to say the thing that I liked about it too was that it doesn't, so for me, we look at things totally different, and that's just always going to be. But the thing that I see when I see that is that it doesn't pigeonhole one little specific, like it gives enough opportunity for us to do all of the things that Mr. Gregory just talked about to get to that point. I don't think it has to be spelled out, so specifically. And I think my opinion is that the equity word is maybe the one that's hanging you up. Is that I'm wondering what part of that doesn't.
When I read
say,
that, I read, we want all kids to do the same. That's what I read. Now, I will say this, and I think I'm going to politely compliment Mr. Alvarez, Rampart. I think he talked about that too many maybe minority kids don't realize how they can get in AP classes, how they can get on an IB track, and we need to fix that, right? We need to make. So I think we're all saying the same thing. We all agree. Right. I want that achievement gap, and that's one of the biggest frustrations I have with COVID is that achievement gap. We were doing, I think, such a great job of closing that gap, and my fear is that it's going to be enlarged because of COVID. So that's fine. We can leave it at that.
But that's my point, is that you're saying the same thing.
I know.
But that doesn't need to change if we're all saying the same thing.
I know. I get it. I kind of do. So I don't like the verbiage, but I like what we're trying to do. How's that? Is that fair?
Appreciate it.
All right, perfect. I like it. Thank you. And I think you kind of answered it.
Yeah.
You're doing a slow rollout of the strategic plan. When do you think we're going to see, boom, it's publicly released, the strategic plan, the finished product? Are we talking next year? Are we talking a couple months?
So I think I need to break it down a little bit and maybe ask Allison for her thoughts on the slow roll, but the page one, the glossy page one, that's the vision framework. That should be coming out soon. I mean, rolling out very soon. The full strategic plan with the objectives, tactics, action steps in more detail. That's a conversation that we need to have about how much do we share publicly in that way. Oftentimes districts do like an annual report of progress towards those stated objectives and tactics and action steps. I can imagine we would do something like that. I would hope that we could do something like that to share out progress towards those stated goals. So page one, soon. Page two could be very soon as well, but beyond page 1 and 2, which is, page 2 is the objectives, tactics, and action steps. That would probably be more on like a full year report of progress made toward those goals.
The other thing to think about here, right, is so this year we really focused, this is the first strategic plan we've ever worked on, right? Right now, we identified sort of the immediate needs, the first steps, and this work is 3 to 5, 7 years worth of work, right? So what we will roll out, and you'll see a printed copy of, that will happen in the next weeks, months. And as Dr. Smith talked about, then we'll do an annual report on how we are doing with those objectives, metrics, tactics, metrics, But we will take that and then it will lead into a longer 3, 5, 7, maybe 10 year. And we didn't get that far this year on the strategic plan work that we did. We didn't get to year 3, to year 5. And one of the things that we're doing later this fall is we're going to sit down and talk about, of these, when you look at our strategic priorities, this year we're focusing on culture of belonging. Well, what happens to 2, 3, 4, 5, right? That's years worth of work. So we will roll out a printed piece with goals and metrics. Then we will amend that in an annual report. We will amend anything that's in there that needs to be fixed. And then a year later, we're going to amend and roll out another annual report. So there's a process of this that's really iterative. It's never ever final, because we learn and we grow, and we might get 3/4 of the way into an objective and realize, man, we missed the mark, or there could be another COVID and we have to pivot. So does that kind of help a little bit?
Yeah, I get it.
Yep.
Okay. All right. My final question is, and you sort of answered it. My question was, what's the difference between a value and an anchor? And you basically said an anchor is an end. Why don't we call it an end instead of an anchor? I would never know that an anchor is an end by seeing the word anchor.
By looking at it to say the anchor is the ultimate.
Why don't we
outcome.
just call it, if you said it's an end, why don't we just call it an end?
I think it's
Anchor sounds fun. I don't
it's
know.
semantics, right? So in my world,
Well,
coming
it
from
means
the
it's semantics, but it means a lot. I would assert most people, I didn't know that an anchor was an end. I figured an anchor was something like a core value, to be honest with you. It's like a thing that's immovable. I didn't know it was an end.
And so before I came into K-12, I didn't know what an end was. I thought end was final and you're done.
Yeah.
And success really isn't ever an end, right? So it's just semantics. I think to your point though, we need to do a better job explaining what that is, because if you didn't understand what that was, whether what the word is or not, we need to do a better job noting what that really means.
Yeah, I could imagine us, and this wouldn't be difficult at all, just to reference what end we're talking about. Is it E1.1 with knowledge and skills, or E1.2 in character? And just put that in parentheses next to those words in the anchor statement. I think that clarifies it some.
And then I don't see the anchor statements here.
Yeah.
And I was.
They're just on page 2. They're on page 1.
Oh, sorry.
And that's coming out very soon.
Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. That's all. Thank you.
Tom, would you like to replace anchor with anvil? Yeah.
Mr. Timmy, did you have something to add that was meaningful? Okay. So I do. So can we go back to slide 14 for just a second? That isn't what I was going to ask. So I'm looking at this slide and it made me think of a couple of things. I don't know. It's not even a question. It made me think of the aspirational work that needs to happen behind a strategic plan. And so the equity and student outcomes, the equity and student access to opportunities, to me are aspirational. It's something we will continue to strive for. It's iterative, if you will. And so it's possible that we won't ever get there, but we better continue to keep asking questions about it.
That's right.
So that's what I see this as. Fair? Okay. I also made me go to access and voice, and it is what Mr. LaValle was talking about too. It's the equity happens, and it's become such an emotionally charged word. But to me, equity happens when students and parents everywhere, doesn't matter who they are, have access and then have voice to their own learning. And so I think this addresses that. So I really just affirming the slide, I like it. I also wanted to talk about the, it's very intentional. It's not anything that we haven't always thought was important. I can go back to this is what Mr. Temby and I were arguing or talking about offside. I couldn't remember what it was called, but remember the fairness formula stuff that we did with GCNC? It's the same idea. We knew that when we were going to do a bond and that we needed to do some capital work, that we had to have a fairness formula. It's just another way of looking at it, I think, is that, so how do we make sure that the East Side schools have the same thing as the West Side schools? Right. I don't want to oversimplify, but I look at that as equity and family and district schools experiences, right?
Right, and also resource allocation and resource and supports, right? So when you're thinking about different schools, you know that different schools have different needs, and we need to make sure and address those needs appropriately.
Absolutely. And so what I saw here was the work that everybody is doing back here as they attempt to address those things. So anyway, that's the way I saw it, and I really like the slide.
Perfect.
So,
yep.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you. That's it. Anybody else have any comments or questions? Nicely done, Dr. Smith. Thank you so much. And
I would, Ms. Reynolds, just say thank you for your patience. I know that Mr. LaValle is eagerly waiting to see. I'm making this up. He didn't tell me this, but you know, everybody's waiting to see what this. Okay, we've been talking about this for a while. You know, where is it? And I get that. Know that there's work happening. So I think a lot of the questions will be answered coming up soon. And I would say it's absolutely nothing to be. It's something to be excited about because I think it's all good stuff.
Mm-hmm.
It's nothing to be afraid of, I guess is what I would say. It's
Great.
it's all headed in the right direction in support of students the best we can. I think Ms. Reynolds even said, you know, it's where we want to be. You know, in my lifetime, we may never get there, or we may get there in 5 years or 7 years. I don't know, but they're out there, right? That's where we want to be at some point in time, and we're not going to quit trying to get there.
And I did have another question real quick. I'm sorry. You talked about objective the leaders of the objective teams. Are those cabinet members, leadership team members?
They are. So
Okay.
Student voice is Dr. Field. The sense of belonging is Maureen Lang. Resource allocation is a combination of Brett and Becky Allen. And I'll be working with Tacey Killingsworth on the unpacking the data further.
Nice. Thank you. Thank you for that. Some good things coming. It'll be nice to see that roll out. Let's go to D, monthly financial report through August 2021. Mr. Gregory.
Yes, that could only be Miss Becky Allen.
And no pressure or anything, but it's 10:30, Becky. Just kidding. Go ahead. No.
You don't want me to start with like the War and Peace version of it?
You can do whatever you need to do, and we'll be here
Okay.
for you.
All right, so next slide, please. So if you can believe it, this is the first financial for this new fiscal year, 21-22. If you take a look, please, at Table 1 on PDF page 4, you'll see in letter A, in the blue box, we've collected about 9.6% of our revenue so far. It's slightly lower than we did last year as well. This is also shown, please, next slide. On this slide that we really kind of started as our inaugural version last year, and we're continuing with these slides. And it shows this relationship with the change in revenue amount. And it's detailed at the bottom of that slide what comprises that difference. Next slide, please. If you take a look, please, at letter B in blue, expenditures are at about 16.4%, which is a little bit higher than what we had last year. Next slide, please. This slide shows our resources compared to our expenditures, and you can see that our resources exceed our expenditures by about $26.3 million. Next slide, please. Finally, looking at PDF page 10, this slide shows our available cash. The red line is the current year, 21-22, and the green line is last year. As you can see, the available cash this year at the end of August is lower than this time last year by about $1.7 million. You can see this right where I have that yellow arrow pointing. The reason, this time last year we were just really opening back up again after COVID. Spending simply was not as strong a year ago. Well, when you spend less, you have more available cash. And certainly this year we're spending at a little more typical rate. So that shows the difference. So then our available cash is a little lower this year. Nothing that I would expect as unusual given the circumstances of this year and last year. Any questions for me?
Mr. LaValle?
Okay.
You know, it's always a good report.
All
Thank
right,
you,
thank
Miss
you.
Ellen, for your, it was good to read. Good information. All right, let's move on to board development, 10As, building fund update. Mr. Garnhart. You know, I realized you've been here all night. It took everybody to leave, and then you're still there. No, no, I just saw you. I went, oh my gosh, he's been here all night. So, welcome.
All right, thank you. I'm just going to give you a brief update from the last time I presented to you. Next slide, please. So I'm going to start off with the facilities audit projects. You have not seen this picture yet. This is a roof that we replaced over at High Plains Elementary. It's a metal roof, and you'll notice that on the brick wall there is a gutter on the outside. That gutter used to be integrated in the roof, which potentially caused some leaks. So we adjusted how that was going to be to minimize the potential for leaks on that project. Next slide, please. You've seen a similar slide of this in my last update, and this is a picture of the roof at Woodman Roberts that we replaced, and it's completed now. Next slide, please. You have not seen this photo yet. This is from Antelope Trail. So we replaced the roof there, and it's completed as well. The white membrane, the white portion that you see in the photo is what was replaced. The green metal was existing and remained as is. Next slide. And it's just another view of another area of the roof over there at Antelope Trails that we completed. Next slide. New construction. In my last update, next slide, please. The photos that I had of Encompass Heights didn't have the landscaping completed, so I tried to get some better photographs of that complete so that you could see what the site truly looks like. So the next couple of slides are from different angles. Next slide, please. That's just the main walk, and you can see the landscape is complete there. Next slide, please. All right, and this is from the other corner of the building, so from the east side, kind of the southeast corner, where you can see that's complete. Next slide, please. And in the last update, I provided the actual grass was going in on the field, so this is just showing the grass is complete on the field. All right, next slide, please. Some improvements to the stadiums is what I'm going to address next. Next slide, please. So this is the other restroom on the other side of the stadium. This is on the west side, and it's the female restroom over there. You can see we replaced the toilet partitions and polished the concrete floor in there. Next slide, please. Okay, and this is what the team rooms look like now. So we kind of cleaned them up and polished the concrete in there and cleaned up the locker areas so you have a little bit better. So this is out the District 20 Stadium. Next slide, please. Probably something that's more notable. I kind of did a before and after picture here, but we installed some security overhead kind of coiling doors on the windows, if you will, to the concession stand and ticket booth. They used to use some plywood to board it up so nobody would get in. So I think these provide a little bit better security, and they look nice as well. Next slide, please. So this is just the same thing on the ticket booth there. Okay, next slide, please. Okay. Out at Air Academy High School, at the stadium out there, one of the projects that we still are in the process of doing is we laid some asphalt down where it used to be all dirt from the team room building, which you can see is kind of the gray building with the blue doors. We painted that and did some interior cosmetic repairs to it. But it was real important to install some asphalt to keep dirt from getting tracked onto the turf field that was put in just a few years prior to that. Next slide, please. And then this is just another picture showing the asphalt where it would lead down to the bleachers. And you'll see an area where there is no asphalt in there. So one of the things we're waiting on is a prefabricated building that'll get placed in that area that has some concessions and some restrooms. And then once that arrives, about mid-October or so, we'll get that put in place and then put another layer of asphalt in there. Okay, next slide, please. The next thing that's coming up with technology infrastructure, there's not a lot to do yet there, but some document scanning. So we'll probably have a board resolution coming to you shortly to ask for the appropriation for the funds to do the document scanning, which will take all the department documents throughout the district and put them in a digitized format and try to reduce the amount of paper copies that will be in the future in the district. Okay. Next slide, please. Okay, so this is kind of itemizing what's coming up and where we're at with some things. We're currently finalizing some cost estimates and the plan for the swimming pool at Pine Creek High School. The current plan is, the intention is to have an 8-lane pool with 1 diving board. It is going to be a precast structure, which means tilt-up concrete for people like that, and it'll be a pretty simple structure, but it'll be very functional. I think the intention is on October 7th, we plan to bring an appropriation or a resolution to the board to look at the funding for that. And then the stadium at Pine Creek High School, well, the plans currently include basically taking a small set of bleachers that's there, getting rid of those, and installing new bleachers and more of them that'll be elevated in nature, so they'll be sitting up above the field height and the track height. And then building a building that's masonry construction, so similar construction to what the high school building is there, that will house concession stands, some public restrooms, and some team rooms, and then a separate ticket booth building, probably more of a standalone kind of a building that will allow it to give that stadium feel to where somebody can take tickets at a location, and then some ADA access to allow people that require wheelchair or have crutches, that kind of thing, to get into that venue and into the bleachers. And again, we plan to bring a resolution to the board here probably October 7th. Okay. And then we have some facility audit projects that are currently in design, and there's 4 of them listed there. One of them is replacing the chiller here at the EAC. So the chiller provides the air conditioning for this building. The plans are almost done. So once they get completed, then we'll put an RFP out to solicit some proposals, and then we'll have a better time frame of when we'll do that work. We'll have to see how that lays out. And then there's a boiler replacement project at Prairie Hills Elementary that the design is almost complete there. It's not quite far along as the chiller replacement for the EAC. And then at Eagle View Middle School and Timberview Middle School, there will be a couple of rooftop units that need some heating coils replaced in them because they have suffered with some areas that are a little cold in those buildings that feed those RTUs. And then I talked earlier about the document scanning and what that entails. So that's kind of the upcoming work in the short term. With that, next slide. Any questions for me? Yes.
Mrs. Cloninger.
This will maybe be answered on the October 2nd, so anyway, you can tell me to wait. But just because I'm thinking of Pine Creek, do you have an area that ticket or the concession piece is going to be? Because I'm just envisioning that pool being out there where the volleyball piece is, right?
It'll be down, basically, if you're on the field, it's going to be on, I'm going to call it the southeast side of the field. So
Toward the baseball?
it's going to be down, no.
The other side, toward the
other way.
The
So there's a
pool.
little equipment building down there.
Yeah.
It's going to be just adjacent to that, and it's going to take a portion of that east side that's on that hill there.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, I was
So you
just
know where the
trying to
tennis
figure
courts
out
are?
how people were coming down because of that pool going over on that
Yeah,
one side.
in our discussions with the school, they have a couple of different ideas of either parking in the student lot and coming down the roadway
Gotcha.
from that direction, or in the other parking lot where the staff parks that's closer to the baseball field and coming
Mhm.
down that way. It'll be accessible from both directions.
Sure.
To get into that area, but I think the idea or the intent behind what we plan to put in place there is to handle the sports that maybe don't have as many spectators, such as soccer and lacrosse and field hockey. It'll be a little bit more challenging to hold, say, a varsity football game there, but it should be able to pull some relief off of activities and events that would be typically occurring at the District 20 Stadium.
Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Lundberg.
On the document scanning, we must have a lot of document scanning right now because we do all student records and everything like that. What else do we need?
Well, earlier in the program, in the bond program, we did scan the majority of the student records. So this is going to take department records like documents that finance has, and documents that facilities has, and documents that procurement had that are all just housed in file cabinets right now. So there will be more documents of that nature than there probably are student records. Is that probably fair?
That is correct. And actually, we're starting with the Board of Education files.
But I mean, do we need additional scanning machines?
No, this will be done by a
Oh,
company that has better tools to take the paper documents and put them in the correct formats that will allow
So we're going to farm
better
it out?
searching capabilities and that kind of stuff. What's that?
We're going to farm it out?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay,
It'll be to a company that has better, the equipment that can do it on a larger scale.
Just
Yeah.
10 seconds of background. We have tried to do this, Ms.
For
Kuzer,
years.
many times in the district, in-house. And it, frankly, we have failed every time because it is a large undertaking that somebody can't just spend a couple hours a day. And then also the quality piece. If you ever need to retrieve a document, you need to be assured that it's searchable and you can find it. And you can, once you find it, you can actually read it. And especially when we're talking about some of these documents are pretty important. So they need to be legible and findable or searchable when we get there.
Yeah, and the companies that do this are able to take and meet whatever requirements that Shelley and her team has in terms of being able to search things by a variety of different methods, and that's how they can structure the file when they copy it. Good. That's cool.
All right. Anybody else have comments?
All right.
Thank you very much for a
Great.
nice report,
Thank you.
Mr. Gunhart. Okay, let's move on to agenda item 10B. So you all have received this little packet in front of you. Many of you have reviewed it. Really, I've gotten from you all feedback that it looks fine for our plan. The only question I have that remains a concern for me is the date that we will do this student linkage. Neither the 10th nor the 22nd, I believe that was our first choice. The 8th, what did I say? Second, I'm sorry. Yeah, okay, the 8th and the 22nd will not work for all board members. So we either need to move to a third date or we have to accept the fact that one board member may not be present. Yeah, I'm not using names right now, Mr. LaValle. So that's my question for you. Here's the deal. If we want to be, well, in any case, the students will, on the 8th, the students will not miss school. On the 22nd, they will. We can always go to November. There's no requirement that we have to do it in October. So we could look for another date in November. And if you say, let's do that, I'll work with Tina to pick a few. But tell me what you are thinking. You good with going to November 2 if needed?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'd like to optimize board attendance.
Okay.
So that's November.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Mr. Lundberg? Yes, Mr. LaValle? November would be okay too. And so it would and do we all agree that we kind of like the board meeting dates? The morning of board meeting dates. So Ms. Metzen, would you just send out invitations to the board on those 2 board meeting dates in November? Okay. You know what they are. No, sorry. Let's go with the first one first. Okay. We'll go with the first one first. All right. So if you have any other comments or questions about this, please send them to me. I'm not going to spend time tonight going through this in detail, but it looks like we're in a pretty good place with it. So any questions or comments about that? You guys are packing up. So I would like to go to the debrief, but before I do, I would like to invite 5 people to come up and grab a card from Ms. Metzen. The first is Matt Correa, but he's not here tonight, which is good because today's his birthday and that would have been really a long night. So happy birthday, Matt. David is here tonight. David Rogers. His birthday is on the 22nd of September. And so happy birthday, David. Thank you for being there. You know, it takes a whole team to make this thing happen with all our technology. So thank you and happy birthday. And the same is true for Andy Schmidt, who is here, and his birthday is on the 24th of September. So happy birthday, Andy. And this may seem far out, but we have 3 weeks before our next board meeting. No, that upsets everybody, but Allison Cortez, October 1st. Happy birthday, Allison. Thank you. And Maureen Lang, October 3rd. Happy birthday. It's a big one. Yeah. Well, yeah, and the good news is all those birthdays do not fall on a board meeting day. Okay. All right. Any other comments, questions? Was our business this evening focused on activities that promote and honor our mission statement, our belief statements, and our global end statement that reminds us that all students will have the knowledge, skills, and character necessary for successful transition to the next level and upon graduation will be fully prepared for success? I'm getting nods. This meeting is adjourned.